Chapter 166. As Li Changxing walked over, he attracted everyone's attention. He's Nangong Jingming's bodyguard? He's so young. He looks so thin and weak. It's incredible that he could defeat Tai Tan, the #1 expert of the Luo family. Are you kidding me? Why do I feel that this young man is not even as powerful as me? Everyone was discussing. Luo Hichu, the eldest young master of the Luo family, looked gloomy. You've fallen into my hands. Today, I'll let you know that I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Li Changxing snatched his seed and beat him at the auction, causing him to lose face. Later, Luo Hichu's subordinates invited Li Changxing over but were rejected by Li Changxing, which made him even more resentful. Originally, he had already thought of a plan to deal with Li Changxing. If Li Changxing obediently cooperated, then it would be fine. If he didn't cooperate, then he would send people to ruthlessly teach Li Changxing a lesson. Not only would he steal his seed, but he would also break his legs and let Li Changxing know the consequences of offending the young master of the Luo family. Now that he knew that Li Changxing was the one who injured his subordinates, new and old hatred surged in his heart. He instantly thought of 100 ways to torture Li Changxing. However, he did not notice that Master Lu Chong next to him was completely stunned on the spot. It's Mr. Li. Who knew better than Lu Chong how terrifying Li Changxing was? He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. How dare he challenge Li Changxing? He really had the urge to strangle Luo Hichu on the spot. Li Changxing, run quickly. Why are you walking over? Do you want to die? Nangong Jingming was so anxious that he was about to cry. At this moment, Li Changxing looked at Lu Chong with a faint smile. Master Lu, I heard that you were looking for me? Humph. I'll teach you a lesson for offending Master Lu. Luo Hichu was smug. However, at the next moment Lu Chong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and stammered, Greetings, Mr. Li. At this moment everyone present was baffled. Luo Hichu's eyes widened. Master Lu, what are you doing? Luo Hichu was dumbfounded when he saw Lu Chong bowing to Li Changxing. His face was filled with astonishment. One had to know that this Grandmaster Lu was extraordinary. His father had spent a lot of money to invite him, and he had the power of ghosts and God. Especially in the nearby provinces, they had a very high status and were treated as distinguished guests by many big shots. But at this moment, such a godlike character was actually bowing to a young man. Moreover, he was so respectful, like a servant meeting his master. This was too inconceivable. Master Lu, you know him? Luo Hichu asked cautiously as a bad feeling arose in his heart. Although he was a rich second generation, he was not a playboy. On the contrary, he was currently managing the affairs of the Divine Medicine Corporation on behalf of his father, and could be considered half a sect leader. He knew that the young man must have an extraordinary background to make Master Lu behave like that. Nangong Jingming, who was next to him, was also completely dumbfounded. She had many guesses about Li Changxing's identity, but she thought that Li Changxing was at most a rich second generation with some background. She never expected that even the mysterious Master Lu would be so respectful to him. Well, the ignorant are not guilty. I won't blame you. Lu Chong heaved a sigh of relief when Li Changxing spoke. Young Master Luo, you said you wanted to teach me a lesson, didn't you? Li Changxing looked at Luo Hichu. Luo Hichu wanted to say something, but Lu Chong directly stretched out his hand and slapped him to the ground. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear like a whip. Luo Hichu's left cheek was already swollen. How dare you offend Mr. Li? You're simply courting death, Lu Chong said coldly. Luo Hichu never expected that Master Lu, whom his family had spent a lot of money to invite, would turn hostile just like that. Just as he was about to say something, Nangong Jingming suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up and she said loudly, You're the Mr. Li who made Yang Liuji chop off one of his fingers in Qingzhou? Everyone present was shocked when they heard that. Luo Hichu, who was originally full of dissatisfaction, suddenly had a look of horror in his eyes. Mr. Li? Some time ago, the incident at the Qingzhou boxing competition where the Qin family's father and son fell and Yang Liuji admitted defeat was witnessed by all the big shots in Qingzhou. The name of Mr. Li Chongqing also spread quickly. Everyone in the upper-class circle knew that there was a mysterious young man in Qingzhou who was terrifyingly powerful. It was said that even Heavenly King Su from the north was respectful when he saw him. Everyone who had heard of Mr. Li's reputation was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The young man in front of us is actually Mr. Li? Yes, rumor has it that Mr. Li is very young and very low-key. He does have something in common with this young man. The #1 expert of the Nangong family, Nangong Wu, had a look of respect in his eyes. He had always helped the Nangong family deal with the matters of the underworld. Naturally, he knew what kind of existence could make Su Xiaolin bow his head. Guiyu was so scared that his body trembled. He remembered that although he was very polite to Li Chongqing in the private room, he was very disdainful in his heart. In addition, he had taken the initiative to point out Li Chongqing's identity. At this moment, his legs and stomach were trembling. "Aren't you courting death by offending such a person?" Plop! Luo Hichu collapsed to the ground. He wanted to slap himself in the face. He felt as if he had fallen into an abyss and was filled with despair. The Luo family's Divine Medicine Group occupied the leading position in the medicinal herbs industry. However, compared to Su Xiaolin, who dominated the north, it was just an ant. Even Wen Lu, who had originally regarded Li Chongqing as the god of plague, had his mouth wide open in disbelief. Only Nangong Jingming's heart was filled with joy. He never thought that his nephew's tutor would be the famous Mr. Li. She remembered that she had heard about Li Chongqing from her brother-in-law. Li Chongqing was recommended to Lu Xiong by Chun Ligua, who was a student of Chu Yaotian. It was said that Mr. Li Chongqing had stood up for Chu Yaotian in the boxing match in Qingzhou. "They both have the surname Li, but I didn't think of it." No wonder he said from the beginning that he didn't put Luo Hichu in his eyes. That's right. No matter how powerful the painting of the river Luo is, how can it be compared to the #1 person in the north, Su Xiaolin? Even Su Xiaolin has to be respectful to Li Chongqing. What is the painting of the river Luo? Mr. Li, the great Mr. Li. Nangong Jingming's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't calm down as he stared blankly at the ordinary-looking young man standing there. Even his clothes were chosen by him. However, at that time, she would never have thought that he would be a divine dragon of the 9 heavens. She knew that the difficulties of the Nangong family had been solved. Even if Li Chongqing didn't deliberately help her, no one would dare to make things difficult for the Nangong family after everyone knew about her relationship with Li Chongqing. Chapter 167. Luo Hichu, you just said that I injured your men and you want me to pay 20 billion, right? Li Chongqing looked at the young master of the Luo family, who was paralyzed on the ground with a cold expression. No, Mr. Li, I was wrong. Luo Hichu only begged Li Chongqing to spare his life. He did not dare to ask for medical fees. Humph. I know you don't dare to, but you can refuse to pay for the medical fees. You have offended me, but you have to apologize to me. Didn't you ask Miss Nangong for 100 billion just now? Then I'll ask you to pay 100 billion to apologize to me now. This, Luo Hichu looked troubled. Why? You don't want to? Li Chongqing said with a trace of coldness in his eyes. No. Luo Hichu hurriedly waved his hand. I'm willing. But 100 billion, even with the wealth of the Luo family, we can't take out so much money at once. Indeed, the Luo family's assets were as high as 100 billion on the surface, but those were fixed assets. Among the shares, the real money they could take out was only a few 100 million. Okay, I'll give you a month to gather 100 billion and send it to me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yes, yes. Luo Hichu wiped the cold sweat on his head and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was really frightened. Li Chongqing did not bother to pay attention to this young master, and looked at Guo Yu next to him. You're so old and you dare to have ideas about Nangong Jingming. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? I heard that your influence in the pharmaceutical industry is second only to the Luo family. 50 billion isn't a lot, right? The fat on Guo Yu's face trembled, but he immediately lowered his head when he thought of Li Chongqing's background. It's not a lot. His voice was bitter. If he had known this, he would not have stood up and pointed out Li Chongqing's identity. Very well. Li Chongqing nodded and took out the bank card that Nangong Jingming had given him. He pulled Nangong Jingming's hand and placed it in her palm. Look, I earned 150 billion from being your bodyguard. I'll return the money in this card to you. After saying that, he withdrew his hand and walked out of the banquet hall. Nangong Jingming, on the other hand, stood there in a daze. His face was slightly red. This was the first time a man had ever touched her hand. Most importantly, Li Chongqing's back was so handsome and charming at this moment. A long time after Li Chongqing left the banquet hall, the hall gradually became noisy. Nangong Jingming also left under the escort of his subordinate. Master Lu had already rushed in the direction of Li Chongqing's departure. When he returned to the hotel, he found that Wu Xiaowan, Xing Zhao, and Xing Rong had already returned. After seeing Li Chongqing, their expressions were obviously a little strange. Li Chongqing, you actually dare to return to the hotel. Aren't you afraid that the young master of the Luo family will find trouble with you? You're really magnanimous, Wu Xiaowan said as soon as Li Chongqing entered the door. After saying that, she realized that something was wrong, but there was still a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Originally, they thought that Li Chongqing had offended Luo Hichu and would quickly escape from the Medicine King Valley after parting with them. This way, he could protect himself and not implicate them. They never thought that Li Chongqing would actually return. This guy probably doesn't know what kind of existence he has offended. When Luo Hichu sends someone to take revenge, it will be too late to cry. Xing Rong originally did not have a good impression of Li Chongqing. At this moment, the way she looked at Li Chongqing was no different from looking at a god of plague. Now we can only hope that Luo Hichu is not so narrow-minded. Otherwise, even if we escape now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Xing Zhao said with some worry. What do you mean? Wu Xiaowan and Xing Rong's eyes were filled with doubt. When I entered the hotel just now, the front desk gave me an invitation, saying that Luo Hichu's butler sent it over. There will be an auction tomorrow, and he wants us to attend. Moreover, the invitation specifically said that Li Chongqing is going and wants Li Chongqing to put his seed up for auction. I originally thought that Li Chongqing had already escaped, so I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would be worried. Now it seems that Luo Hichu has already sent someone to monitor us. What? Wu Xiaowan and Xing Rong's faces were a little pale. Li Chongqing took the invitation from Xing Zhao's hand, glanced at it a few times, and then asked, when was this invitation placed at the front desk? It should be in the afternoon. Xing Zhao said. I was wondering. Li Chongqing nodded. Now that everyone knew his identity, if Luo Hichu still dared to send him such an invitation, then he was really courting death. It should be sent before knowing his identity. Why would Luo Hichu send such an invitation? Wu Xiaowan asked. It's very simple. Luo Hichu wants Li Chongqing to put the seed up for auction, then he will buy it back at a low price. It's to give Li Chongqing a chance to atone for his mistake. As he spoke, he looked at Li Chongqing. You spent 10 million to get this seed. When the time comes to auction, you can price it at 10 or 20,000. Master Luo will understand your intentions. Hearing this, Li Chongqing chuckled. First of all, I won't put the seed up for auction. Second, I bought it for 10 million and you want me to sell it for 10,000. Either there's a hole in my brain or there's a hole in your brain. After speaking, he shook his head directly, turned around and walked back to his room. After Li Changxing left, Xing Zhao snorted coldly, "You're courting death." Brother, Li Changxing refused to auction the seed according to Master Luo's request. Will it implicate us? Why don't we run away now? I'll go pack my luggage right away. Xing Rong looked anxious. Wu Xiaowan, who was beside her, did not look too good either. It's useless to run away. I've already said that Luo Hichu has definitely sent people to keep an eye on us. We must attend the auction tomorrow. But if Li Changxing doesn't want to do as Master Luo asked, won't we be in trouble then? Xing Rong hated Li Changxing to death in her heart. It's okay. When we attend the auction, we'll explain the situation to Master Luo in advance and cut ties with Li Changxing. I believe Luo Hichu won't make things difficult for us. Hearing Xing Zhao's words, Wu Xiaowan's face showed some hesitation. But if we do that, it'll be too immoral. It'll be too heartless to let Li Changxing face Luo Hichu alone. It's better to die than to die. Sister Xiaowan, even if we don't push Li Changxing out, will Luo Hichu let him go? Instead of letting all of us be unlucky, why don't we let him take on everything alone? Being kind at this time will only harm you. This, Wu Xiaowan thought about it and fell silent in the end. She tacitly agreed to Xing Zhao's plan. Chapter 168. The next morning, Li Changxing opened the door and saw 3 figures standing in front of his door. They were Wu Xiaowan, Xing Zhao, and Xing Rong. "What are you guys doing?" Li Changxing was puzzled. "Are you going to attend the auction organized by young Master Luo today?" Wu Xiaowan asked directly. Li Changxing shook his head. "No, I'm planning to return to Qinzhou today." "No." Wu Xiaowan rejected immediately. "You have to attend the auction. Otherwise, we'll be implicated if young Master Luo blames us." "Yes, Sister Xiaowan is right. If you're a man, don't hide. Attend the auction and don't let others look down on you." Xing Rong chimed in. Li Changxing understood what they meant. The 3 of them were afraid that Luo Hichu would take revenge on them and insisted that Li Changxing sell the seeds he bought for 10 million yuan to Luo Hichu for 10,000 yuan. "Don't worry, Luo Hichu won't dare to take revenge," Li Changxing said. However, when he saw the 3 of them standing at the door, he sighed. "All right, I'll go take a look and see what's going on at the auction." An hour later, Li Changxing and the other 3 entered the auction in a building in Medicine King Valley. There were many people at the scene. There were many good things at the auction organized by young Master Luo. Because Li Changxing and the others had arrived early, the auction had not yet begun, and they had already taken their seat. During this time, Xing Zhao made a phone call. Soon, a young man walked over and Xing Zhao stood up to welcome him. He introduced him to them. "This is my good friend, Song Zhe. He's a rich second-generation heir." After that, he introduced Wu Xiaowan and Li Changxing to Song Zhe. When Li Changxing was introduced, Song Zhe laughed out loud. "You're Li Changxing who spent 10 million yuan on the seeds yesterday? How dare you embarrass young Master Luo in Medicine King Valley? You're really something." It looked like he was praising Li Changxing, but his tone was clearly mocking. "Bro, do you have insurance?" "What kind of insurance?" Li Changxing asked. "Of course it's an accident insurance. Otherwise, if young Master Luo breaks your leg, someone will have to take care of you for the rest of your life." Song Zhe laughed. It was obvious that he was making fun of Li Changxing. Xing Zhao couldn't help but glare at Song Zhe, but he had no intention of stopping him. The corners of Li Changxing's mouth curled up. He thought to himself, "The young master of the Luo family you speak of has to kneel down and kowtow to me when he sees me. How dare a little rich second generation jump around in front of me? By the way, did you hear about what happened yesterday? Luo Hichu actually kicked an iron plate." Originally, he wanted to deal with the eldest daughter of the Nangong clan. In the end, a backer appeared behind Nangong Jingming, called Mr. Li or something. Luo Hichu was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. After making fun of Li Chongxing and seeing that Li Chongxing didn't react, Song Zhe began to talk loudly. As a rich second generation near Medicine King Valley, he knew a lot of information that Xing Zhao didn't know. What? Even the young master of the Luo family fell? Sure enough, when they heard his words, the Xing Zhao siblings were surprised. Even Wu Xiaowan widened her eyes with a look of curiosity. Through the Xing siblings' explanation, Wu Xiaowan also knew the power of Luo Hichu. When Song Zhe came over, he was attracted by Wu Xiaowan's temperament. At this moment, when he saw Wu Xiaowan's gaze, he couldn't help but feel proud and continued to talk. Yes, Luo Hichu's strength is indeed great, but you have to know that there is always someone better than you. As the daughter of the Nangong clan, Nangong Jingming's connections are naturally not ordinary. People say that Mr. Li is very likely to be from the main branch of the Nangong clan. After all, Nangong Jingming is only from a side branch. It's just strange that his surname is Li and not Nangong. As he said that, he looked at Li Chongxing. Friend, your surname is also Li, but compared to Mr. Li, it's like comparing dung to a cloud. Moreover, the young master of the Luo family was asked for 100 billion by Mr. Li, so he's furious. You've already offended him, and your surname is Li. I think you'll suffer today. At this point, there was a hint of schadenfreude. On the other hand, Xing Zhao and Wu Xiaowan looked worried. Originally, when they came to the auction and waited for Luo Hichu to appear, they wanted to explain the situation to Luo Hichu and draw a clear line between them and Li Chongxing. Under normal circumstances, Luo Hichu wouldn't implicate them. However, now that Luo Hichu was being dealt with and was upset, they might be implicated. Alright, I still have a few rich friends who are coming to the auction. I'll go entertain them. You guys take your time. Song Zhe walked directly to the other side of the auction hall. What should we do? Wu Xiaowan was a little flustered and looked at Xing Zhao. She saw that Xing Zhao was also frowning. He was also anxious and didn't know what to do. Xing Zhao, isn't your friend quite powerful? Should we beg him? Hearing Wu Xiaowan's words, Xing Zhao sighed. Although my friend is a rich second-generation heir, he's still not on the same level as Luo Hichu. I only hope that Li Chongxing can give the seed to appease young Master Luo's anger. Hearing their words, Li Chongxing didn't say anything. These people were dreaming. How could he give away the seed that he had bought at a high price? Moreover, even if he was willing to give it away, Luo Hichu wouldn't dare to accept it. Just as Wu Xiaowan and the others were frowning, a fragrant wind blew in their faces. A white-clothed figure stood in front of Li Chongxing. Her voice carried a hint of pleasant surprise. Chongxing, you're here too? Li Chongxing looked up and smiled when he saw Nangong Jingming's joyful face. I came with a friend. Have a seat. Saying that, he moved his body and made space. Then, Nangong Jingming sat down next to Li Chongxing with a smile. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but after Nangong Jingming sat down, her body was close to Li Chongxing. Her scent drifted into Li Chongxing's nose, making him a little dazed. Hello, I'm Chongxing's friend. Nangong Jingming took the initiative to greet Wu Xiaowan and the others. As if she didn't expect Li Chongxing to know such a beautiful woman here, Wu Xiaowan's face was filled with surprise. However, the three of them were filled with worry at this moment. They didn't have time to think about the relationship between Li Chongxing and Nangong Jingming. They just smiled perfunctorily and fell into deep thought. Nangong Jingming was a very smart woman. Naturally, she could tell that the atmosphere wasn't right. However, she didn't know what happened between Li Chongxing and the others. Nangong Jingming took the initiative to invite Li Chongxing inside. She said that many people wanted to see Li Chongxing through her connections. Li Chongxing nodded. Yesterday's matter, Luo Hichu admitted defeat. His name had spread throughout the Medicine King Valley. Naturally, there were many rich merchants who wanted to curry favor with him. If they were ordinary people, Li Changxing would naturally be too lazy to bother with them. However, these were all medicinal herb merchants. Li Changxing had recovered his strength and needed many medicinal herbs to refine pills. These merchants had many resources that Li Changxing could use. Chapter 169. Nangong Jingmeng was naturally in the most honorable VIP room at the auction. When she and Li Changxing pushed the door open and walked into the room, more than a dozen big bosses of the pharmaceutical industry in the private room stood up to welcome them. After the banquet last night, Li Changxing's name had spread. Regardless of whether they had attended the banquet or not, they had all heard of Li Changxing's arrogance and despotism. As the boss of the northern pharmaceutical industry, the Divine Medicine Corporation had to obediently agree to give Li Changxing 20 billion yuan. This was something that no one had dared to think about in the past. "Hello, Mr. Li." Nangong Wu, who was dressed in a tight suit, walked up and greeted Li Changxing. He was a martial artist who worshipped the strong. He knew that Li Changxing had a powerful subordinate who had sent Tai Tan, the #1 expert of the Luo family, flying with one move. He wanted to ask for advice. Just as he was about to speak, Li Changxing nodded and said, "You have already cultivated the hidden strength in your body. If you polish it, you can step into the master realm in 10 years. Nangong Wu was shocked when he heard this. He only knew that Li Changxing had a very powerful bodyguard, but he didn't expect that Li Changxing himself could see his martial arts realm at a glance. The evaluation he gave was exactly the same as the evaluation of a martial arts master he had visited in his early years. Could it be that this Mr. Li is also a hidden martial arts master at such a young age? While Nangong Wu was feeling bewildered, Li Changxing had already walked in. He began to talk to the bosses present. These people were all here to curry favor with Li Changxing. They each had a large number of medicinal materials in their hands. Li Changxing needed many medicinal materials to refine pills to improve his strength. It could be said that they were taking what they needed. "I need a few medicinal materials. If you can find them, I can buy them at a high price. As long as you help me find the medicinal materials, I can guarantee that I can protect you in the entire north, and even Huaxia." Yesterday, Luo Hichu promised to pay 20 billion as an apology. Naturally, they were not worried about Li Changxing's financial resources. Coupled with the relationship between Li Changxing and Su Xiaolin, he was indeed capable of providing them with great help and protection. "Mr. Li, your business is our business. As long as you ask, we will not hesitate to do it." These people originally wanted to curry favor with Li Changxing. Moreover, everyone present was a businessman. Naturally, they knew that there was no such thing as eternal friendship, only eternal benefits. Once they reached a conflict of interest with Li Changxing, they would be tightly tied to Li Changxing's ship. Li Changxing was very satisfied with the performance of these people. He asked Nangong Jingmeng to find a few pieces of paper, and then made a list of the herbs he needed. Although Nangong Jingmeng didn't know why Li Changxing needed so many herbs, he didn't ask. He only felt that Li Changxing's identity was becoming more and more mysterious. Outside, after Li Changxing left, Xing Zhao and the other two still sat there in a daze. At this moment, Song Zhe walked over. "Xing Zhao, let me tell you a piece of good news. Luo Hichu probably won't be coming to the auction today. You don't have to worry about his revenge." Hearing Song Zhe's words, the three of them were puzzled. "It's like this. Luo Hichu was supposed to come to the auction today, but I didn't expect Nangong Jingmeng to come as well. Last night, Luo Hichu was defeated by Nangong Jingmeng. When he heard that Nangong Jingmeng was coming to the auction, he naturally wouldn't come to humiliate himself. Moreover, I heard that Luo Hichu is now worrying about how to get 20 billion for that mysterious Mr. Li. He's not in the mood to trouble you guys. Really? The fog that shrouded Xing Zhao and the other two's hearts was blown away. That Li Chongqing got lucky, Xing Rong muttered. Only then did Song Zhe notice that Li Chongqing wasn't there. He wondered, that kid couldn't have been scared and sneaked away, right? But he's lucky enough. Otherwise, if he offended young Master Luo, he would be thrown into the sea to feed the turtles. He didn't sneak away. Just now, a woman took him away. It seems like they went inside to discuss something, Xing Zhao said. I see. Song Zhe nodded, then sat down at Li Chongqing's seat. The auction is about to start. I have a list of the items to be auctioned today. Do you guys want to take a look at it in advance? As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Wu Xiaowan just remembered that she came to Medicine King Valley this time to buy the resurrection grass. Now that the crisis from Luo Hichu was barely over, she naturally remembered her business. Sure. Wu Xiaowan took the list and glanced at it. After reading the list, she was disappointed. The resurrection grass was a relatively rare medicinal herb. Even at the Medicine King Valley's auction, it was difficult to find it. At this time, in the box, Nangong Jingmeng took a wooden box from his subordinate and handed it to Li Chongqing. Chongqing, you told me that you came to Medicine King Valley to buy the resurrection grass. It just so happens that my family's medicine storehouse has one. I had someone send it to me overnight. Since you don't want the bank card I gave you, take this resurrection grass as my thanks to you. Hearing Nangong Jingmeng's words, Li Chongqing was stunned. When Nangong Jingmeng asked him why he came to Medicine King Valley, he casually said that he was looking for the resurrection grass. He didn't say that he wasn't looking for the resurrection grass. Thinking of Wu Xiaowan's performance, he was a little disappointed. However, this resurrection grass was used to save people. After thinking about it, he finally nodded and accepted it. The auction had already begun. Because there was no resurrection grass, Wu Xiaowan had no expectations for the auction. Xing Zhao, on the other hand, raised his hand to bid for a few medicinal herbs. They were all tonics like ginseng and Chinese knotweed. In order to show off in front of Wu Xiaowan, Song Zhe raised his paddle several times. He even spent 300,000 to bid for a medicinal herb called the soul-absorbing grass. He also knew that Wu Xiaowan was looking for the resurrection grass. He thought that the soul-absorbing grass and the resurrection grass had similar names and effect. When he handed it to Wu Xiaowan directly shook her head and refused. Because of her family's illness, Wu Xiaowan also did some research on medicinal herbs. She knew that the soul-absorbing grass and the resurrection grass were relatively common medicinal herbs. Although the soul-absorbing grass was expensive, its effects had nothing to do with the resurrection grass. After knowing that he made a mistake, Song Zhe suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He spent 300,000 to please Wu Xiaowan. In the end, it turned out to be a useless medicinal herb. It was really embarrassing. On the side, Xing Zhao couldn't help but gloat. Although he and Song Zhe were good friends, he also liked Wu Xiaowan. Naturally, he didn't want Song Zhe and Wu Xiaowan to get too close. Just when Song Zhe's heart was bleeding because he didn't manage to please his goddess after spending 300,000, he looked up and saw Li Chongqing coming out with a wooden box. Yo friend, you came out. What are you holding in your hand? Don't tell me you spent another 10 million to bid for something useless? Song Zhe naturally knew that Li Chongqing spent 10 million to bid for a seed. He remembered that at least he knew what the soul-catching grass was used for. Li Chongqing's bid for the seeds was a complete waste of money, so he wanted to find some balance from Li Chongqing. Hearing Song Zhe's words, Wu Xiaowan and the other two also looked at Li Chongqing. Thinking of Li Chongqing spending 10 million a day to bid for seeds, although it was a little wasteful, it also showed that Li Chongqing wasn't an ordinary student. At the very least, he was a rich second generation. Previously, Wu Xiaowan, Xing Zhao, and the rest deliberately distanced themselves from Li Changxing because he had offended Luo Hichu. Now that Luo Hichu's crisis had been resolved, they looked at Li Changxing with a different attitude. "Changxing, come and sit." Wu Xiaowan smiled and pointed to the seat next to her. Li Changxing nodded. Since Song Zhe had taken up some of his original seat, he had to sit next to Wu Xiaowan. The four of them sat on a sofa with 3 sides around a coffee table. Xing Zhao and Xing Rong sat on the longest sofa, which could seat 3 to 4 people. The remaining 2 sofas were shorter and could only seat 1 person. It was a little crowded when 2 people sat on them. Xing Zhao and Song Zhe's expressions changed when Li Changxing sat next to Wu Xiaowan. When Song Zhe came over, although he wanted to sit next to Wu Xiaowan, her sofa was too small and he didn't have the nerve to squeeze with Wu Xiaowan. Instead, he sat next to Xing Zhao. Now, Li Changxing did what he wanted to do but didn't dare to do. As for Xing Zhao, he felt even more uncomfortable. Li Changxing was richer than him, and he knew Wu Xiaowan first. Originally, because of Luo Hichu's matter, he fanned the flames in the middle, causing their relationship to gradually break down. But now this scene gave him a great sense of crisis. Chapter 170. This is for you. Li Changxing handed the wooden box to Wu Xiaowan. Wu Xiaowan was puzzled. What do you mean? Beside her, Song Zhe sneered. Don't tell me it's another unknown item. Li Changxing, I'm curious. You spent so much money on some random items. Do you think you have too much money to spend? If you squander like this, even if your family is rich, I'm afraid you'll run out of money one day. Are you trying to say that I'm a prodigal? Li Changxing smiled. I'm happy. Why do you care? Song Zhe was speechless by Li Changxing's words. Wu Xiaowan took the wooden box and opened it curiously. When she saw that it was a herb, she was puzzled. This is? The resurrection grass. The item you wanted. Li Changxing said plainly. Really? Wu Xiaowan was stunned. Then, her eyes lit up with surprise. Changxing, how did you get it? My friend gave it to me, Li Changxing said casually. Can it be fake? I've asked around. The resurrection grass didn't appear in several Medicine King Valley gatherings. You can't buy it even if you have money. Who's your friend? How did he get the resurrection grass? Song Zhe questioned. Beside him, Wu Xiaowan was also puzzled. Indeed, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? She was looking for the resurrection grass, and Li Changxing happened to have a friend who had the resurrection grass she was looking for. Changxing, is it really a gift from your friend? You couldn't have been cheated, right? Wu Xiaowan looked at Li Changxing. She felt that since Li Changxing was willing to spend so much money to buy a seed of unknown use, it was very likely that this kind of spendthrift would be cheated. It's real. It's definitely not fake. Li Changxing couldn't be bothered to say more. He stood up and walked out. I still have classes tomorrow, so I'll take the bus back to Qingzhou today. You guys take your time shopping. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Wu Xiaowan was just about to say something when she saw that Li Changxing had already reached the door. In the end, she shook her head and looked at the wooden box in her hand with complicated thought. I think this resurrection grass is definitely fake. Xiaowan, you can't just give it to your family. I think you should just throw it away. Song Zhe said after Li Changxing's figure had completely disappeared from sight. There are still a few days before the Medicine King Valley's gathering ends. Maybe we can find a real resurrection grass. Hearing Song Zhe's words, Wu Xiaowan was a little hesitant. The joy of obtaining the resurrection grass was washed away by a lot, and she began to have doubts in her heart. At this moment, a woman walked out surrounded by a group of people. Her aura was powerful and attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Song Zhe was stunned. The eldest daughter of the Nangong family is indeed elegant. Hearing Song Zhe's muttering, Xing Zhao and his sister, including Wu Xiaowan, were completely stunned. They only reacted after Nangong Jingmeng left under the crowd's escort. You're saying that the woman in white just now is the Nangong Jingmeng that Luo Hichu didn't dare to come to the auction? Xing Zhao stared at Song Zhe and asked. Even his voice was a little stuttering. Yeah, she's Nangong Jingmeng. What's wrong? Why do you all have such expressions? Song Zhe was confused and didn't know what had happened. She's Li Chongqing's friend. Xing Zhao said bitterly. What? Song Zhe's hand trembled and he almost knocked over the cup on the coffee table. Beside him, Wu Xiaowan subconsciously hugged the wooden box in her hands. At the same time, there was anger in her eyes as she looked at Song Zhe. Just now, she almost believed Song Zhe's words and threw away the resurrection grass. After leaving the banquet, Li Chongqing took the car back to school alone. This trip wasn't a happy one, but it didn't affect him in any way. After living for so long, even if he didn't cultivate to be as calm as an ancient well, there were many things that could be ignored. The three people in the dormitory were still living their unrestrained youth as usual. On the grass field, couples were lovey-dovey. Li Chongqing often went to Green Vine High School to look for Yue. So many people in the school knew that the school bell, this fresh cabbage, had been taken by a pig. Life was calm and uneventful. Li Chongqing had completely become a part of it. On this day, Lu Xiong called and said that he wanted to invite Li Chongqing out for a meal. Li Chongqing had already resigned from his position as a tutor. Recently, Lu Duoduo had called many times to invite Li Chongqing out to play. Li Chongqing had used various excuses to decline. Lu Duoduo wanted to be in the limelight in front of his friends, but Li Chongqing felt that it was purely to pass the time with a group of immature children. However, Lu Duoduo's nature wasn't bad, and his temper was quite to Li Chongqing's liking. This time, he took advantage of Lu Xiong's invitation to go, so that the other party wouldn't continue to be disappointed. It was still at Haoxiang Hotel. Lu Xiong had already booked a table in advance. When Li Chongqing arrived, a beautiful figure was waiting at the door. After seeing Li Chongqing, she immediately smiled sweetly and greeted him. Hello. Nangong Jingming greeted Li Chongqing. Today, she was wearing jeans and a white half-sleeved shirt. It was a very simple outfit, but it made people's hearts tremble. It was simple and unadorned, like an orchid in an empty valley. You're here too? Why didn't Boss Lu tell me? Li Chongqing smiled. Why, you don't want to eat with me? Nangong Jingming pretended to be angry. No, of course not. You're such a big beauty, I can't ask for anything more. Li Chongqing hurriedly waved his hand. How big a beauty? Nangong Jingming had just spoken when he suddenly realized something, and his face turned red. Li Chongqing's gaze subconsciously drifted towards her. What are you looking at? Nangong Jingming fiercely pinched Li Chongqing's waist. Hiss! Li Chongqing sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter how strong his body was, it was useless under the slender hands of a woman. Because Li Chongqing's body was too strong, he was afraid of hurting Nangong Jingming, so he had to remove his body's defense in advance. You reap what you sow. Li Chongqing sighed inwardly. As the continuation of the human race, Li Chongqing's gaze lingered on Nangong Jingming's chest for a few more seconds before reluctantly moving away. I didn't expect a little kid like you to be so bold. Next time, if you don't behave, I'll sew your eyes. After all, Nangong Jingming was a strong woman who had seen the world. She quickly adjusted her state of mind and her face returned to normal. I'm not a little kid. Li Chongqing had lived for countless years, and his age added up to tens of thousands of years. He found it funny that Nangong Jingming called him a little kid. But as soon as he spoke, he felt the pain on his waist again. He turned around and saw Nangong Jingming's angry eyes. Li Chongqing was confused. Women were indeed fickle. Chapter 171. Haoxiang Hotel was located next to the largest lake in Qingzhou. Lu Xiong's choice of seat was a unique one. It was by the window, and one could see the scenery outside. Haoxiang Hotel was expensive. Those who could come here were the elites of the upper class. An ordinary person's savings for a year might not even be enough for a meal here. I heard that Haoxiang Hotel is the property of the Chu family. The Chu family is now the #1 family in Qingzhou. Li Chongqing was led by Nangong Jingming. Along the way, he heard the people at the table beside him discussing the power of the Chu family. It was inevitable that they would talk about the competition and the mysterious Mr. Li. I heard that Mr. Li is in his 40s and was born in a super family. The Chu family is a family in Qingzhou in name, but in reality, they have already submitted to Mr. Li. The person behind the scenes of the entire Qingzhou is Mr. Li. It was unknown where the news came from, but it was very vivid. Nangong Jingming couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing with a faint smile. She didn't know much about Li Chongqing, so she was very curious about Li Chongqing's identity. They actually said that I'm an old man. That's too much. Li Chongqing touched his chin and said. He quickly walked to the table by the window. Lu Xiong and his son, Lu Duoduo, stood up to welcome him. There was also a middle-aged man at the table, looking down at his phone. Even when Lu Xiong stood up to welcome Li Chongqing, he didn't have any intention of standing up. Chongqing, you're here. Lu Xiong took the initiative to shake Li Chongqing's hand. Hello, brother Li. Lu Duoduo said with a smile. His face was filled with friendliness. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked up. He seemed to be older than Lu Xiong. He should be someone who had been in a high position for a long time. This is my elder brother, Lu Yong. Lu Xiong took the initiative to introduce to Li Chongqing. The other party just looked at Li Chongqing indifferently and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Nangong Jingming. Miss Nangong, it's my honor to be able to eat at the same table as you. Miss Nangong is so young, but you're already in charge of more than half of the Nangong family's affairs. I really admire you. The other party's attitude towards Nangong Jingming and Li Chongqing was completely different. Clearly, he didn't know Li Chongqing's true identity. Miss Nangong, I heard that you suppressed the people of the Divine Medicine Corporation in the Medicine King Valley. When I heard this news, I felt even more admiration for you. Lu Yong flattered Nangong Jingming. Beside him, Lu Xiong also nodded. Yes, on this trip to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I was originally very worried about Jingming's safety, but Jingming's performance made me see him in a new light. That's all because of a friend of mine. It's not really my ability. Nangong Jingming smiled awkwardly and glanced at Li Chongqing. From the beginning to the end, Lu Yong didn't even look at Li Chongqing. It seems that Nangong Jingming didn't reveal his identity, and even Lu Xiong doesn't seem to know. Li Chongqing thought. Originally, he was afraid that they would feel uncomfortable when eating if they knew his identity. But now, this worry was completely dispelled. Everyone, please take a seat. Nangong Jingming smiled and pulled out a chair for Li Chongqing. Her thoughtful action made Lu Yong's eyes reveal some doubts. Even Lu Xiong was deep in thought. As the person in charge of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingming still had his own attitude even in front of those big families. It was the first time he saw such a thoughtful action. Miss Nangong, did you come with this student Li Chongqing? Lu Yong probed. He was an old fox and could tell that the relationship between Nangong Jingming and Li Chongqing was not ordinary. We just happened to meet at the door. Nangong Jingming smiled. She had actually arrived long ago, but had been waiting at the door to welcome Li Chongqing. So that's how it is. Lu Yong let out a long sigh of relief. If Li Chongqing and Nangong Jingming had come together, then there would be a lot of information. He would have to reassess Li Chongqing's identity, but since they had coincidentally bumped into each other at the door, then it was nothing. It seems that I was overthinking things. How could the young miss of the Nangong family take a fancy to such an ordinary young man? As Lu Yong thought this, The way he looked at Li Changxing returned to its previous calm and collected manner. Miss Nangong, can you tell me what happened in the Medicine King Valley? Why did the Divine Medicine Corporation suddenly admit defeat? Because of his younger brother Lu Xiong, Lu Yong had a lot of business dealings with the Nangong family. Naturally, he knew about the predicament the Nangong family was in and also understood the strength of the Luo family. Originally, he thought that even if the Nangong family was not destroyed by the Luo family, they would still suffer a great loss. However, he did not expect that Nangong Jingming's trip to the Medicine King Valley would solve all the problems. He had vaguely heard some news, but it was not detailed, so he wanted to hear it from Nangong Jingming himself. The Divine Medicine Corporation has always been an overlord in the medical world. Did they really admit defeat? It can't be a trick, right? Lu Yong said worriedly. That's right, I also feel that it's not an easy task to make the Divine Medicine Corporation lower their head. Jingming, who exactly is the friend behind you? Could this be a trap set up by the Divine Medicine Corporation? Lu Xiong was also somewhat worried. Nangong Jingming laughed. Don't worry, brother-in-law, it definitely isn't. Actually, all of you know my friend, but you definitely can't imagine his power. Nangong Jingming looked at Li Changxing inquisitively. Seeing Li Changxing shake his head slightly, he did not continue. Just what kind of identity does he have to have such power? Lu Xiong and his brother, including Lu Duoduo, were all intrigued. That person's reputation has only risen recently. He's very famous in the Qin province. Nangong Jingming said. He only became famous recently. Could it be that Mr. Li? Lu Xiong blurted out. It's said that a few days ago, the Chu family invited a big shot, causing the father and son of the Qin family, who were originally the most powerful forces in the Qin province, to completely fall. The big shot of Chuzhou City, Yang Liuji, also admitted defeat, which established the Chu family's supreme position in the Qin province. I really want to meet this Mr. Li. At this point, Lu Xiong shook his head, lamenting that his status was a bit low, and he still couldn't come into contact with those truly top-notch figures. Brother Li, that Mr. Li's surname is Li, and your surname is also Li. Moreover, I feel that you are very mysterious. Could it be that you are that Mr. Li? Lu Duoduo said jokingly. He knew that Li Changxing had offended Yang Xiaowei. Originally, Yang Xiaowei's father had said that he wanted to cripple Li Changxing, but in the end, nothing happened. Yang Xiaowei's father was working for Qin Hao. Qin Hao had fallen because of that Mr. Li, so Lu Duoduo had this guess. Duoduo, don't talk nonsense. What kind of identity does that Mr. Li have? Don't joke about it, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Lu Yong reprimanded. At the same time, he looked at Li Changxing with disdain in his eyes. Li Changxing was too young and looked too ordinary. With his many years of experience, he couldn't see anything special about Li Changxing. He would never believe that Li Changxing was that Mr. Li Changxing. Chapter 172. Nangong Jingming smiled and didn't say anything. If it wasn't for Li Changxing shaking his head to signal her not to reveal his identity, she really wanted to reveal Li Changxing's identity. This Lu Yong was Lu Xiong's cousin. He had made use of his relationship with Lu Xiong to do business with the Nangong clan and earned quite a bit of money. However, Nangong Jingming despised this person's character. With Nangong Jingming's intelligence, how could she not see Lu Yong's contempt for Li Changxing? So she really wanted to see his expression when he found out about Li Changxing's true identity. Seems like it's not that Mr. Li. Lu Yong was a little disappointed. If Nangong Jingming's backing was really that Mr. Li, then the Nangong family's position in the northwest would immediately rise. And with his relationship with Lu Xiong, his position in the industry would also rise. Just as they were talking, the waiter had already started to serve the dishes. This hotel was not only attractive because of its reputation and the luxurious decorations, but most importantly, their chefs were all 5-star. The dishes they made were all delicious. When the dishes were served, everyone started to move their chopsticks. During this time, Nangong Jingming whispered to Li Chongqing, "Why don't you let me reveal your identity? Look at Lu Yong's attitude, even I can't stand it. I just want to live the life of an ordinary student." Li Chongqing smiled. Why would he care about someone like Lu Yong? "I think I saw the Chu family's second master, Chu Xing, enter." Lu Yong, who was eating, suddenly spoke. Everyone turned their heads, only to see a figure flash past. "This Haoxiang Hotel is the property of the Chu family. Chu Xing is now the person in charge of the Chu family, so it's not strange for him to appear here." Lu Xiong said. "The Chu family is now like the sun in the sky in Qingzhou. Why don't we go over and get to know him? It will be very beneficial for our development in Qingzhou," Lu Yong suggested. But it was rejected by Lu Xiong. "The Chu family's position is so high. How can we get to know them? Our identities are not equal. If we go over rashly, we will just be asking for our own humiliation." Lu Xiong was a person who could see things clearly. Because of Chu Xing's appearance, when the topic of discussion shifted to the Chu family, it caused a commotion in the distance. A middle-aged man appeared, surrounded by a group of people. Then, he walked directly to the table where Li Chongqing and the others were sitting. After seeing the middle-aged man, Lu Xiong and his brother's expressions instantly became unnatural. Nangong Jingming frowned slightly. "Why is he here?" Nangong Jingming mumbled to himself. "Who?" Li Chongqing stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth and asked vaguely. "The chairman of the Divine Medicine Corporation, Luo Hichu's father, Luo Wenjie." "So it's him." Li Chongqing smiled. The Luo family still owed him money, and the money had not arrived yet. Now that the other party had appeared, Li Chongqing wanted to collect the debt. However, with Lu Xiong and his brother around, it was inevitable that his identity would be exposed. Could it be that he knows that Li Chongqing is here and is here to apologize to him? Nangong Jingming thought to himself. Luo Wenjie walked to a place not far from the table and stopped. The few brawny men in black behind him surrounded Li Chongqing's table with killing intent. All the surrounding guests were alarmed and looked over with puzzled gazes. "What's going on?" Li Chongqing also frowned slightly. This didn't seem like an apology at all. "Director Luo, what do you mean by this?" Lu Xiong was also a person who had seen great storms. His face immediately darkened as he asked in a deep voice. "What else could it mean? A few days ago, I went to the depths of the mountains with a few friends to explore. There was no signal on my phone and I couldn't contact the outside world. I just came back today and heard that Miss Nangong invited an expert and even extorted 100 billion from my Divine Medicine Corporation. Just now, I heard from my subordinate that I saw Miss Nangong eating here. I specially came to tell you that the Mr. Li you are looking for has a closer relationship with the Chu family." Second Master Chu Xing said that as long as he says a word, that Mr. Li will immediately stand by and no longer interfere in the grudge between our two families. "So, your Nangong family can either take out 100 billion to make up for my losses, or wait to suffer my wrath." Hearing Luo Wenjie's words, the faces of Lu Xiong and his brother turned ugly. On the other hand, Nangong Jingming looked at Li Chongqing with a puzzled expression. Seeing Li Chongqing shake his head slightly, he immediately calmed down. At this time, Luo Wenjie walked to the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. He took out a cigar and a bodyguard beside him hurriedly lit it for him. He took a deep breath, then looked at Lu Xiong and said with a smile, "Boss Lu, right? I heard that you are a loyal lackey of the Nangong family. You have contributed a lot to the struggle between the Nangong family and my Divine Medicine Corporation. Today we met here. If I don't teach you a lesson, people will think that my Divine Medicine Corporation is easy to bully." As he spoke, he opened a bottle of wine and placed it in front of Lu Xiong. "Blow this bottle of wine for me, and I won't make things difficult for you today. Otherwise, I'll make you go bankrupt within 3 months. Lu Xiong clenched his fists. "You still want to fight? Don't forget that this is the Chu family's territory. I am very good brothers with the Chu family's second master, Chu Xing." The Divine Medicine Corporation had a very powerful force in the north, and with the addition of the Chu family, Lu Xiong felt powerless. "As long as I drink this bottle of wine, you'll let me go?" Lu Xiong raised his head and asked. "That's right." Luo Wenjie nodded. "Then if I drink 2 bottles, can you be magnanimous and not make things difficult for the Nangong family?" Hearing Lu Xiong's words, Luo Wenjie was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. "The Nangong family is such a big piece of fat meat, and you want to exchange it for a bottle of wine? How about this, if you drink 10 bottles in a row, I'll agree." 10 bottles? Lu Xiong thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, it's a deal." As he spoke, he grabbed a bottle of wine and was about to pour it into his mouth. "Brother-in-law, you don't have to be afraid of him." Nangong Jingming snatched the wine from Lu Xiong's hands and stared coldly at Luo Wenjie, saying, "Surnamed Luo, I'm afraid you haven't found out the ins and outs of the matter. The Chu family's second master, Chu Xing, promised to help you plead with Mr. Li, but have you ever asked Mr. Li for his true intentions? Don't use Mr. Li to suppress me. Chu Xing already told me that although Mr. Li is strong, I still have to be respectful when I see him. The reason why Mr. Li helped the Chu family in the conflict with the Qin family a few days ago was because the Chu family had once done him a favor." When Luo Wenjie spoke, even Nangong Jingming's face was filled with doubt. As for Li Chongqing himself, he was a little dumbfounded. Chu has done him a favor? Where did this guy hear this news from? However, he didn't know that these words were completely Chu Xing's bragging after drinking too much at the table. In order to raise his status, he spoke nonsense, but Luo Wenjie took it seriously. Chapter 173. Miss Nangong, you don't want Boss Lu to drink this wine. Could it be that you want to drink it for him? Actually, I've already booked a room at the hotel. As long as Miss Nangong nods her head, the grudge between my Divine Medicine Corporation and the Nangong family can be written off. Luo Wenjie's gaze swept over Nangong Jingming's body, his eyes filled with greed. He reached out his hand to caress Nangong Jingming's cheek, but was suddenly slapped by Nangong Jingming. "Pa!" The sound was crisp and clear, causing the surrounding voices to fall into silence. "You dare hit me!" Luo Wenjie's eyes turned cold. Behind him, his bodyguards took a step forward at the same time, causing the air to turn cold. Seeing the fierce gazes of these people, Nangong Jingming was not moved at all. He only turned around and suddenly hugged Li Chongqing's arm, leaning most of his body on it. Immediately, Li Chongqing felt his arm go soft, and his face revealed a stunned expression. "If you want me to accompany you, have you asked my boyfriend?" Nangong Jingming said coldly. Then, he blinked his eyes at Li Chongqing, clearly imploring and slyly begging. Li Chongqing knew that Nangong Jingming wanted to use him as a shield, but such a delicate beauty with such a pitiful and pleading gaze made him unable to harden his heart. Especially now that he could clearly feel the warmth on his elbow, Nangong Jingming did not even realize that her current posture was pressing down on Li Chongqing's arm, causing Li Chongqing to feel a sense of guilt. Nangong Jingming's actions not only caused Luo Wenjie to be stunned, even Lu Xiong and Lu Yong were taken aback. Lu Duoduo, who had always been more afraid than respectful of his aunt, looked at Li Chongqing with a face full of admiration. "This brother Li of mine is truly remarkable. Even a noble woman like my aunt was subdued by him." Although Li Changxing was suspected of being used as a tool by Nangong Jingmeng, he really couldn't bring himself to hate this woman. Thus, he straightened his chest and nodded. Luo Wenjie, take your subordinates and disappear from my sight within 3 seconds, and I can forgive your offense towards Jingmeng. After he finished speaking, Li Changxing looked at Nangong Jingmeng, who was leaning on him, and revealed an evil smile. He lowered his head, and his greasy mouth suddenly kissed Nangong Jingmeng's delicate cheek. Immediately, Nangong Jingmeng's delicate body trembled, and her entire body stiffened. At this time, Li Changxing wiped the oil stains on his mouth, as if nothing had happened. He smiled at Nangong Jingmeng and said, "Wife, the Star of Jinjiang Hotel still has a discount coupon. How about we use it together tonight?" Looking at Li Changxing's smile that was not a smile, Nangong Jingmeng immediately knew that Li Changxing was taking revenge on her for using him as a tool. On the side, Lu Xiong and his brother widened their eyes. They thought to themselves, could it be that the relationship between the two of them had really progressed to this stage? Only now did Luo Wenjie react. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up. "Brat, what big words!" As he spoke, he looked at Nangong Jingmeng viciously. "You dare to hit me? Do you think this guy who can't even grow hair can protect you?" As he spoke, he instructed the 2 bodyguards beside him, "Take this woman down first. As for this brat, Master Luo will personally take care of him." As he spoke, he clenched his fist. Although Luo Wenjie had never practiced any martial arts, he often worked out. At this moment, he took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong muscles. The 2 bodyguards listened to Luo Wenjie's instructions and stepped forward to grab Nangong Jingmeng. However, before their hands could touch Nangong Jingmeng's body, Li Changxing grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it on one of their heads. The man's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. At the same time, Li Changxing pulled his arm out of Nangong Jingmeng's arms. He stood up and reached out to grab the other person's fist. He twisted it down, and at the same time, he held the other person's armpit with his other hand. With a strong force, the bodyguard, who was hired by Luo Wenjie at a high price, was thrown onto the table by Li Changxing. The glass turntable on the table was directly smashed into pieces. Li Changxing was less than 1.7 meters tall, while Luo Wenjie's bodyguard was 1.9 meters tall. It seemed that there was still a considerable gap between the two of them. However, the bodyguard was directly thrown into the air by Li Changxing's hands, which was too visually shocking. Boss Luo, who had wanted to do it himself, was so scared that the flesh on his cheeks trembled, and he quickly retracted his steps. However, he chose to retreat, but Li Changxing did not intend to let him go. He didn't even see Li Changxing's figure clearly. He felt that the tie on his neck was pulled, and then he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Then he was slapped on the artery in his neck by the other party. He felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a plop. His whole head was in a daze. After killing the 2 bodyguards in an instant and Luo Wenjie, Li Changxing turned his head with a smile and looked at Nangong Jingmeng, who had already predicted Li Changxing's fighting strength but was still in a daze. He said, "How is it? Handsome?" He stretched out his hand and pinched Nangong Jingmeng's chin with 2 fingers, teasing him. Perhaps because he was shocked by Li Changxing's actions just now, Nangong Jingmeng did not react for a moment. When he came back to his senses, Li Changxing had already retracted his hand. Nangong Jingmeng didn't feel any anger when he thought of being molested by the man in front of him again. There was only a strange feeling flowing in his body. When the other bodyguards saw that their boss was injured, they all rushed up to Li Changxing. Li Changxing picked up a chair from the table and faced the group of fierce-looking bodyguards. Although these bodyguards were shocked by Li Changxing's strength, they were all professionally trained after all, and they wanted to take back their dignity by relying on their numbers. They were all hired at a high price. If they backed down, their reputation in the circle would be ruined. and they thought that no matter how good Li Chongqing was at fighting, he could not fight 7 or 8 of them alone. However, in fact, Li Chongqing was so good at fighting. The chair felt as if it was a peerless godly weapon, and he displayed the essence of the word smash to its fullest. Every time the chair fell, one person would lie on the ground. There were still 8 bodyguards left, but they were all beaten to the ground in less than 3 seconds. At this time, Luo Wenjie, who had already reacted, was trembling. Even a fool could tell that Li Chongqing's strength wasn't just any ordinary strength. He was fierce enough, ruthless enough, and vicious enough. He thought to himself, where did Nangong Jingming find such a fiend as a boyfriend? He looked extremely thin and weak, but he had the feeling of an ancient general sweeping away thousands of troops. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have pretended to be cool here. The enemy was beaten to the ground. Li Chongqing threw the chair made of solid wood on the ground and looked at Luo Wenjie with a smile. "Are you still going to deal with me now?" Luo Wenjie was so scared that his legs went soft. He stammered, "This is Second Master Chu Xing's territory. Second Master and I are good brothers." Before he could finish speaking, Li Chongqing reached out and slapped him across the face. "Pa, I don't care whose territory it is. If you provoke me, even the Heavenly King can't do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a gloomy voice. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in my territory?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man leading a group of arrogant subordinates quickly walking over. Luo Wenjie, who was already trembling in fear, instantly revealed joy in his eyes. The person who came was none other than his good brother, Second Master Chu Xing of the Chu family. Chapter 174. It's over. Seeing Chu Xing walk over, Lu Xiong sighed. "What's wrong?" his brother Lu Yong asked. "He's the second master of the Chu family." Chu Xing. Lu Yong's face stiffened. Although he had never seen Chu Xing, he had heard so much about the Chu family that he knew what it meant to offend the Chu family in Qingzhou. This time, Li Chongqing was in trouble. Lu Xiong's face was full of worry. "Brother Li is so good at fighting, he won't be afraid of them." Lu Duo interrupted. "What do you know?" Lu Xiong glared at his son. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. What's the use of being good at fighting? No matter how strong you are, can you beat 3, 5, 10, 8 or even 100 or 200 people? The strongest power in the world is power. With the Chu family's power in Qingzhou, it's not something that can be shaken by a person's strength." "Dad, you can't do it?" Lu Duo looked at Lu Xiong expectantly. In his heart, his father Lu Xiong was not an ordinary person. There was almost nothing that he couldn't handle. If it was the Chu family in the past, your dad might be able to deal with them. But with the Chu family's power now, unless your dad's power is 10 times stronger, he can't go against them. Lu Xiong sighed. Since the Chu family took down Qin Hao and his son, that Mr. Li created a storm in Qingzhou. Now, the Chu family was like the sun in the sky. Their influence was not limited to Qingzhou. He couldn't do anything. It's over. Then won't Brother Li be in trouble this time?" Lu Yong's hands started to tremble. He said loudly, "Second Master, today has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to drink with my brother. I don't know this young man at all." Lu Yong quickly drew the line. Lu Xiong didn't say anything. He already knew his cousin's nature, so he wasn't surprised. He just couldn't help but feel disappointed. On the other hand, Nangong Jingming's face was full of disdain. If Lu Xiong wasn't her brother-in-law and this guy was Lu Xiong's cousin, she would have cut off all business with him. Now, seeing his performance made her even more determined. "Chu Xing, my good brother, you've finally come. This guy actually dared to cause trouble in your family's hotel, and even injured my subordinate." After seeing Chu Xing, Luo Wenjie seemed to have seen his savior and started complaining to Chu Xing. His gaze towards Li Chongqing was filled with pride. What was out of Luo Wenjie's expectations was that Chu Xing was not in a hurry to stand up for him. Instead, he stared fixedly at Li Changxing, and his eyes actually revealed some fear. "Second Master, what's wrong? Hurry up and avenge your brother," Luo Wenjie urged. However, Chu Xing didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he pointed at Luo Wenjie's bodyguards who were beaten to the ground and asked Li Changxing, "Did you injure them? Yes, why? Are you going to stand up for your good brother?" Li Changxing's lips curled into a playful smile. "No." Chu Xing hurriedly waved his hand. "Well done, well done. To tell you the truth, I also want to beat him up." After saying that, he ignored everyone's shocked gazes and directly raised his foot and kicked Luo Wenjie's lower abdomen. Luo Wenjie fell to the ground again. Then, Chu Xing revealed a flattering smile and very affectionately held Li Changxing's hand. "Sir, why didn't you inform me that you were coming to my hotel to eat? I could have prepared the food in advance and had a drink with you." At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Luo Wenjie was kicked for no reason. He originally wanted to ask the reason, but seeing Chu Xing's performance, his mind was filled with questions. Lu Xiong was also puzzled. Originally, he wanted to stand up and plead for Li Changxing. He heard that the Chu family's second master was greedy and lustful. Perhaps he could settle today's matter by spending some money. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. He suddenly remembered his son's guess at the beginning. Could Li Changxing be that Mr. Li? Coupled with Chu Xing's performance, he suddenly came to a realization. Could it be that he really is that Mr. Li? My son guessed correctly? Li Changxing, who exactly are you? Lu Yong, who had always looked down on Li Changxing, blurted out. But he was looked over by Chu Xing's murderous gaze. He said fiercely, "Is Mr. Li's name something you can call directly? Mr. Li?" Lu Yong suddenly opened his eyes wide. "He's actually Mr. Li." Luo Wenjie also seemed to have been struck by lightning. This news was no different from a bolt from the blue. The surrounding people who were waiting to watch the show were also dumbfounded at this moment. They were guessing the identity of the young man in their hearts. Why did Chu Xing's words make Lu Xiong and the others look like they had seen a ghost? Li Changxing only glanced at Chu Xing indifferently and said, "The Chu family's business is getting bigger and bigger now, so you must open your eyes wide when making friends in the future. Don't treat any scoundrel friends as brothers. In the end, it will hurt you." Li Changxing patted Chu Xing's shoulder, then stood up and turned to walk out of the hotel. "I understand." Chu Xing bowed respectfully to Li Changxing. With his current status, if others dared to speak to him in such a tone, he would definitely smash their mouth. But from Li Changxing's mouth, he felt that it was a kind of honor. "Changxing, wait for me." Nangong Jingmeng saw Li Changxing leave and hurriedly chased after him. Only the Lu brothers and Luo Wenjie, who had been kicked to the ground and forgot to stand up, were left. "Second Master, didn't you say that you have a good relationship with Mr. Li and that Mr. Li owes the Chu family a favor? Tell Mr. Li not to interfere in the Nangong family's matters." Luo Wenjie said to Chu Xing, "Speak your mother." Chu Xing almost offended Li Changxing because of Luo Wenjie. Now that he saw Luo Wenjie, he was furious. Without waiting for Luo Wenjie to finish speaking, he kicked Luo Wenjie's face and then stomped on it like a storm. Seeing that the surrounding people were shocked, he thought that the Chu family's second master had such a bad temper. Lu Xiong muttered to himself, "He is Mr. Li." Thinking that Li Changxing was introduced to him by Chen Ligua, and Chen Ligua was Chu Yaotian's student, he couldn't help but slap his head. Why didn't I think of it before? Thinking about it, he looked at his son as if he had found a peerless treasure. "Dad, don't look at me like that. It's scary." Lu Duo shrunk his neck. He felt that his father was different from usual today. "Duo, I heard that you and your brother Li went out to play a few times. In the past, I was afraid that you would delay your studies, so I forbade you to go out and play. Now, I suddenly thought it through. If you have nothing to do, you can ask your brother Li out to play a few more times. It's best if you introduce your beautiful female classmates to him. Lu Xiong's words made Lu Duoduo confused. He stuttered, Dad, are you sure you're not joking? In the past, when he went out to play, he was always on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Xiong would be unhappy and teach him a lesson. Now that Lu Xiong said that he supported him going out to play, he felt that happiness came too suddenly, and he couldn't believe it. Of course I'm not joking. Lu Xiong's face became serious, and he remember, building a good relationship with your brother Li is more useful than getting into 10 famous universities. Lu Duoduo nodded as if he understood. Lu Yong waited for the father and son to finish talking before he interrupted. I say, Brother Xiong, since you have such a good relationship with Mr. Li, can you ask him out again someday? I'll treat you. Turning his head and seeing his cousin's smiling face like a chrysanthemum, Lu Xiong suddenly felt disgusted. He said coldly, Didn't you look down on him at that time? Now that you know his identity, it's too late to ask him out to build a good relationship. Chapter 175. Nangong Jingming chased after him and walked side by side with Li Changxing. She looked at Li Changxing curiously. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. Women were especially curious. Don't try to find out my identity. I won't tell you. Li Changxing said lightly. Nangong Jingming smiled. She had always been confident in her appearance. There were very few men who could remain calm in front of her, especially students of Li Changxing's age. They had just experienced their first awakening of love and would blush if they got close to her. However, Li Changxing was different. He was impenetrable and unbreakable. The more she knew about him, the more she felt that he was invulnerable. He was simply a monster. This Luo Wenjie is as stupid as his son. Remember to urge 100 billion for me. I need it urgently. Li Changxing said to Nangong Jingming. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your money and run away? Nangong Jingming looked at Li Changxing with a faint smile. The more Li Changxing acted calmly, the more she wanted to know about Li Changxing's true identity. Humans were strange creatures, and women were especially strange. The monk can run away, but the temple can't run away. The Nangong family should be easy to find. Nangong Jingming rolled her eyes at this unromantic guy and looked at him seriously. I apologize for using you as a shield at that time. You also know that my current identity as the young miss of the Nangong family is like a phoenix that has fallen off the plane. Everyone wants to bully me. I can understand your resentment. Li Changxing smiled and said, It's okay. Didn't I also enjoy the benefits you gave me? Then he waved to Nangong Jingming. I'll go back to the villa first. I'll treat you to a meal another day. With that, he stopped a taxi by the roadside and disappeared at the end of the street. Nangong Jingming was still suspicious. What benefits? When she thought about the whole situation, she remembered the scene of her arms hugging Li Changxing's arm. Her face couldn't help but redden, and she said, Men really aren't good. After she finished speaking, she walked towards her carriage. However, she seemed to be glowing with radiance. After returning to the Yuan-Yi villa, Li Changxing took out the medicine furnace that Su Xiaolin had sent him, as well as the herbs he had obtained from the siblings of the 100 Herb Hall, and put them into the furnace. He decided to try to refine a furnace of pills. Since he woke up, after a period of cultivation, he had recovered to the 9th level of qi refining. He was only one step away from the 10th level and reaching the realm. By side the spiritual qi. With the help of pills he could shorten the process. By. With the help of pills by side. Placing the ingredients into the cauldron, Li Changxing began to circulate the incantation. A small, light blue flame rose from his finger. Under his control, the flame grew bigger and bigger, until it was the size of a palm. He led it into the furnace. Suddenly, the 4 small holes in the furnace emitted a blue light. Li Chongqing's head was covered with dense beads of sweat. An hour later, Li Chongqing was constantly pouring his true essence into the furnace to maintain the flame. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. Finally, at the last moment, with a ping sound, the cauldron shook, and then the flame was extinguished. Li Chongqing also sat on the ground, paralyzed. After resting for a long time, he opened the lid of the cauldron. A sweet fragrance floated out, and with just a whiff, he felt comfortable all over. In the furnace, a milky white pill emitted a tempting glow. Next to it was a pile of medicinal dregs. After so much effort, I only managed to refine a low-grade spirit-gathering pill. Li Chongqing smiled bitterly. My current cultivation is still too weak. If it was in the past, the worst he could refine was the highest grade. He could even refine king-grade and even divine-grade pills. He didn't expect that after spending so much effort, he only managed to refine a low-grade pill. Moreover, he only succeeded in refining 1 pill. Whether it was the quantity or the quality, he was very dissatisfied. However, it was better than nothing. Li Chongqing was not so picky. He picked up the spirit-gathering pill and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, a cool feeling spread throughout his body. He hurriedly circulated his vital energy. After a long time, he felt his dantian was warm. When he opened his eyes, there was a flash of light. Qi refining 10th layer, Great Circle. Li Chongqing let out a long breath. The current world's Ling Qi was too thin. Cultivating was too strenuous. After stepping into the Great Circle of Qi refining, Li Chongqing felt that his whole body had undergone a great change. Especially when it came to the Great Circle of Qi refining. It's a pity that this cauldron of pills has been used up. If I want to refine more pills next time, I'll have to gather new ingredients. I don't know how the rich merchants in Medicine King's Valley are doing. There's no news from them. If it's really not good, I'll have to go to 100 Herb Hall. Just as Li Chongqing was thinking about this, his phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, he found that it was the shopkeeper of 100 Herb Hall, Ding Qingyang. Mr. Li, do you have time now? Can you come to 100 Herb Hall tomorrow? I have something to ask of you. Ding Qingyang's tone was somewhat anxious. Okay. Li Chongqing nodded in agreement. Speaking of the devil, the Ding siblings must have something to ask of him. It just so happened that he could get the ingredients from them. Early the next morning, Li Chongqing took a taxi to 100 Herb Hall on Xinglong Street. When he arrived at the door, he found that the shutters were pulled to the ground. The words "temporarily closed" were stuck on it. Just as he was about to call to ask why there was no one in the shop, he saw the shutters open. Ding Qingyang and his sister walked out, followed by his disciple Zhou Xing. She had been injured by Li Chongqing. Although she had recovered now, when she saw Li Chongqing again, her eyes were still full of hostility. Ding Qingyang saw this scene and his face turned cold. He reprimanded, "You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. You offended Mr. Li before, and now you dare to treat him with such an attitude. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Li. Otherwise, I won't have you as my disciple." Yes. Zhou Xing lowered her head and was about to speak when Li Chongqing waved his hand. "Forget it. The past is the past." As he spoke, he looked at Ding Qingyang. "Shopkeeper Ding called me and said he needed my help." "What's the matter?" "Given Shopkeeper Ding's character, I'm afraid it's not a trivial matter. To be honest, Mr. Li, I've indeed encountered a big problem. I want to ask the person behind you to help me. As long as Mr. Li agrees, I'm willing to pay any price." "The person behind me?" Li Chongqing shook his head. "There's no one behind me. I think you've misunderstood. But you can tell me what you've encountered. I'll help you deal with it." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Ding Qingyang's face suddenly froze. Behind him, Ding Qingxue said coldly, "You? How can you help us deal with it? You don't even know what's going on. Do you think you can stop him with your little martial arts? He's the leader of Mount Shu." Chapter 176. Ding Qingxue had experienced Li Changxing's strength last time, but the enemy they were facing this time was too powerful. Ding Qingyang had no choice but to ask Li Changxing for help because he really couldn't find any other helpers. He had to make a last resort. "Since you don't believe me, why did you ask me for help? I'm leaving." Li Changxing shrugged and turned to leave. Ding Qingyang suddenly became anxious and hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, please wait. My sister is not sensible. I apologize to you on her behalf." Although he did not have much confidence in Li Changxing was stronger than them and was their only helper. If Li Changxing left, they would lose their only hope. "Brother." Ding Qingxue still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Ding Qingyang coldly. "Sister, don't mess around anymore." Seeing her brother's eyes, Ding Qingxue instantly understood something. Li Changxing refused to tell them the person behind him. They could not count on Li Changxing to help them resist the master of the Mount Shu sect. However, if Li Changxing was in danger, the person behind him should show up. After Li Changxing sent Ding Qingxue flying with one palm last time, the brother and sister had related speculations. They thought that the person behind Li Changxing should be an elder of his sect. If that was the case, there was no reason for the person behind Li Changxing not to take action when he was threatened. As long as the person behind Li Changxing took action, he could help them deal with the enemy. After figuring out the key point, Ding Qingxue immediately stopped talking. Li Changxing did not bother to pay attention to their thoughts. The reason why he agreed to help this time was that the brother and sister could find the herbs he needed. "Since you asked for my help, I can't do it for free. Just give me the herbs on the list I gave you last time." "Okay." Ding Qingyang was the first to nod. Although he would have to pay a hefty price for these herbs, he was now in a life and death crisis. Nothing was more important than his life. "Mr. Li, to be able to receive your help is the blessing of us siblings. Why don't you come in and have some tea first? Our shop still has a few spirit medicines that we would like you to appraise. If they are absolutely useful to you, you can take them." Li Changxing suddenly understood. He knew that their enemy Kong would come today. Rather than inviting Li Changxing for tea, it was more likely that he was afraid that Li Changxing would leave, leaving Li Changxing here so that they could face that great enemy together. Sect leader of Shushan. Li Changxing thought of the words that Ding Qingxue had blurted out. Shushan was a sword cultivation sect, which had been very famous since ancient times. Although Shushan had declined in modern times, it was still not comparable to ordinary small sections. These people could make the sect leader of Shushan come out to hunt them down in person. It seemed that their identities were not simple. "Li Changxing, you know who our enemy is, but your legs are not trembling in fear. I admire your courage very much. It shows that the sect behind you is very powerful. But listen to my advice, you'd better inform the people of your sect as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there is a real fight later, it is very likely that the people of your sect will not be able to arrive in time." Ding Qingxue always disliked Li Changxing because she was sent flying by Li Changxing with one move last time. She still held a grudge against him. Women were indeed the most vengeful. Li Changxing did not bother to pay attention to this beautiful but cold-faced woman. At this moment, there was a sudden sound outside. Ding Qingyang, who had been sitting opposite Li Changxing, suddenly stood up and clenched the sword in his hand. Ding Qingxue, who was coldly looking at Li Changxing, also showed a look of vigilance. "Are they here?" Ding Qingxue said with a serious look. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's go out and have a look." Ding Qingyang strode out. On the street in front of the shop, two figures were standing quietly. They were wearing suits and had slicked back hair. However, they were holding quaint long swords in their hands, which looked a little strange. Brother and sister of the Ding family, quickly come out and surrender. For the sake of the fact that we used to be brothers of the same sect, we can spare you from physical pain. One of the young men shouted loudly. Li Chongqing followed the brother and sister out. Ding Qingyang took a step forward and said loudly, Sima, the old man, took my master's position as the sect leader. Everyone has the right to kill him. You too helped the evildoer. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Ha ha. The older man on the left sneered. Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, after the old sect leader died, he passed the position to sect leader Sima. You too coveted the position and wanted to do something evil. Sect leader Sima saw through you and fled the mountain. Now you are accusing sect leader Sima of slandering. You really deserve to die. Now, obediently surrender and follow us back to the sect to be judged by sect leader Sima. Then you can save your lives. Otherwise, don't blame us for not caring about our old friendship. Bah! You are the guilty ones who complain first. Ding Qingxue could not help but shout. The older man snorted and chanted an incantation. The flying sword in his hand flew out of the sheath and shot towards Ding Qingxue. 100 steps flying sword. Ding Qingxue's face was full of shock. This was a secret skill of Shu Mountain, which could only be used by cultivators above the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Ding Qingxue was only at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. She could not block this move at all. The man sneered. Sect leader Sima regarded us as his personal disciples. In the past year, he used all kinds of pills to improve our cultivation. Ding Qingxue, you didn't expect that my strength would far surpass yours in just a year, did you? This is why you helped the evildoer. Ding Qingyang snorted. When the flying sword was about to fall on Ding Qingxue, he suddenly took a step forward. A cold light flashed in his hand and directly blocked the flying sword. At the same time, the sword light turned into a silver light and fought with the man's flying sword. A few seconds later, with a clang, the older man's flying sword fell to the ground and made a trembling sound. It turned out that his flying sword technique had been broken by Ding Qingyang. Seeing this scene, the two people from the Shu Mountain sect were shocked. They did not expect that Ding Qingyang's strength would increase so quickly after leaving the blessed land of Shu Mountain. Just by blocking the flying sword just now, the two of them knew that they were no match for Ding Qingyang. At this moment, Ding Qingyang was holding a long sword in his hand and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. He had the demeanor of a great sword immortal. He looked at the two of them and said coldly, "The old sect leader treated you too well, but you took the evildoer as your father for the sake of benefits. Today, I will clean up the sect on behalf of the old sect leader." As he spoke, Ding Qingyang slowly raised his hand and locked the long sword in his hand on the two of them. Ding Qingxue also came to her senses from the surprise just now and said, "Brother, why bother talking nonsense with them? Just kill them." The two men looked at each other and thought of retreating. Just as they were about to turn around and escape, a black figure suddenly descended from the sky. Before the figure fell, a powerful momentum overpowered the scene, making everyone present feel suffocated. Chapter 177. The smugness on Ding Qingxue's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by fear and hatred. Not only her, but her brother Ding Qingyang also clenched the long sword in his hand. Zhou Xing, who was behind him, was trembling in fear. It was a middle-aged man with a square face and sharp edges, giving people a feeling of toughness. When he appeared, the surrounding wind seemed to have stopped. The two disciples hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Sect Master Sima." So he is the Sect Master of Shu Mountain. Li Chongqing thought silently in his heart. From the other party's aura, he could tell that he was an innate realm expert. Now that the spirit qi on earth was thin, Even the strength of the sect master of a super sect like Shu Mountain was greatly reduced. Li Chongxing remembered that during the Ming and Qing dynasties, the sect master of Shu Mountain was still a mysterious finger realm expert, and the innate realm expert was at most an inner sect disciple. Qingyang Qingxue, why aren't you greeting your martial uncle? Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Bah! Sima Chongkong, you're not worthy. Our master saw you as his blood brother and even passed down the sect master's cultivation method to you to cultivate. However, the moment you came out of seclusion, you challenged him and snatched his position as sect master, causing him to die from extreme anger. As for the few elders who supported my master, they were all killed by you because they opposed you becoming the sect master. If it weren't for the two of us escaping quickly, I'm afraid that we would have become ghosts under your sword. Ding Qingshue's eyes were red as she gritted her teeth and said. Hearing Ding Qingshue's words, Sima Chongkong's expression did not change. Your master treated me well, but he was too weak and couldn't revitalize Shu Mountain. Shu Mountain was originally a super sect, but now there are only a few big cats left, and it has fallen to a third-rate sect. This is your master's fault. When I came out of the mountain to defeat your master and take the sect master position, those old fogies had to come out to stop me. If I didn't kill them, how could I establish my power? Moreover, my actions were supported by a few grand elders. Otherwise, do you think they would watch me take the sect master position even if they were in seclusion? Ding Qingyang and his sister were unable to refute Sima Chongkong's words. That's right. No matter how strong Sima Chongkong was, how could he possibly be stronger than those few grand elders? However, from the beginning to the end, those few grand elders had never shown themselves. Seeing that Ding Qingxue seemed to be moved by his words, Sima Chongkong continued, regarding your honored master's death, I also did not expect it. You two are his disciples, so I will compensate the two of you for what I have done to your honored master. As long as you two follow me back to Shushan, I am willing to make you two my true disciples and inherit my mantle. Don't even think about it. Afraid that his sister would be persuaded, Ding Qingyang stepped forward and said loudly. Sima Chongkong, your mouth is full of crooked logic, but no matter how glib your tongue is, you cannot cover up your crimes. Today I will take revenge for my master. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Qingyang swung his sword. The sword light was like a silver dragon as it sped towards Sima Chongkong. Qingyang, your uncle master is trying to persuade you. You are being a little stubborn. Sima Chongkong did not seem to make any movement. He only took a step forward lightly. In the next moment, a light wave appeared between the two of them. Ding Qingyang's sword light pierced the light wave, but it could not advance any further. Release of inner qi. Full cycle of the innate realm. Li Chongxing judged silently in his heart. His strength and Sima Chongkong's were just one realm apart. However, Li Chongxing used to do things like fighting across realms, so he did not feel any pressure now. Qingyang, you were disrespectful to your uncle master. I can understand your resentment, but I am now the sect leader of Shushan. Naturally, I have to show the dignity of a sect leader. Therefore, I have to teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Sima Chongkong lifted his finger gently and placed it below Ding Qingyang's flying sword. The sword that was made of precious materials instantly cracked and shattered into pieces. At this moment, whether it was Ding Qingyang, or Zhou Xing, everyone was in despair. Sima Chongkong was too powerful. He was so powerful that they could not even think of resisting. Ding Qingxue subconsciously looked at Li Chongxing, who was standing beside her. Seeing Li Chongxing's expressionless face, she thought that he was scared out of his wits and could not help but shake her head. Ding Qingyang smiled bitterly. Sima Chongkong's strength was beyond his expectations. Even if the person behind Li Chongxing appeared now, he might not be able to stop him. Moreover, in his opinion, even if Li Chongxing called for reinforcements now, it would be too late. When Ding Qingyang's eyes were filled with determination, the aura on his body surged crazily. His momentum continued to grow. When it reached a peak, he used his finger as a sword and suddenly pierced forward. At this moment, the aura on his body was not inferior to the innate realm, burning your own qi and blood to forcefully raise your realm. Qingyang, you are indeed worthy of being your master's disciple. Unfortunately, it's still useless. Sima Chongkong sneered and pointed a finger forward. The sword light that Ding Qingyang had unleashed was instantly shattered, and Ding Qingyang was sent flying. When he landed, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. "Don't hurt my brother!" Ding Qingxue shouted. The sword light in her hand slashed toward Sima Chongkong. However, before she could get close, Sima Chongkong gently flicked his sleeve. A yellow light flew out and knocked the sword out of her hand. Then, it tied her up. It was a yellow rope. Is this a Dharma treasure, the immortal binding rope? Ding Qingxue was tied up by the rope and could not move. Her face was filled with horror. It's just a replica. Sima Chongkong smiled slightly. But it should be enough to deal with you. He instructed the two disciples beside him. Take them down and bring them back to Mount Shu. As for this disciple they took in the secular world, his aptitude is too poor. He's not worthy of using our secret technique. Just kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xing was so scared that her legs went soft. Ding Qingxue's eyes were red, but no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the immortal binding rope. On the other side, Ding Qingyang wanted to stand up and stop them. However, because he was injured just now, he was directly restrained by a disciple. As for the other Mount Shu disciple, he had already drawn his sword and walked to Zhou Xing. Just as Zhou Xing was about to lose her life, a voice rang out. "Wait a minute! Li Chongxing?" When Ding Qingxue saw that Li Chongxing actually stood up, she was shocked. Why did he stand up? Isn't he courting death? Although Ding Qingxue didn't like Li Chongxing in any way, at this moment, she sincerely hoped that Li Chongxing could escape this calamity. "Mr. Li, you have nothing to do with today's matter. It's better that you don't get involved in this mess," Ding Qingyang said loudly. Although he asked Li Chongxing for help, his real purpose was to lure out the elders of the sect behind Li Chongxing. However, it was obviously impossible now. Sima Chongkong had such powerful strength. Ding Qingyang did not think that Li Chongxing would be of any use if he stood up at this time. At most, he would just lose another life. However, Li Chongxing didn't pay any attention to the siblings. He calmly looked at Sima Chongkong and said with a slight smile, "Can you let them go for my sake?" As soon as he said that, the two disciples of Mount Shu sect, including Sima Chongkong, were stunned. Ding Qingyang and his sister were even more speechless. "You want Sima Chongkong to give you face? Who do you think you are?" Chapter 178. Ha ha ha! Sima Chongkong could not help but laugh out loud after being stunned for a short while. Was there something wrong with this young man's head? How could he say something like that? It was simply too funny. The two disciples from Shushan's sect also laughed out loud. This was simply the funniest joke they had heard this year. "Can you give me some face and let them go?" Li Chongxing spoke again with a straight face. "Give you face? Is your face worth a lot?" Sima Chongkong's smile disappeared as a playful look appeared in his eyes. Those who were familiar with him would know that he had the intention to kill. In fact, he did not intend to let Li Chongxing go from the moment he appeared. However, in his eyes, Li Chongxing was not even as important as Zhou Xing. Whether he killed him or not was just a casual decision. However, this person who was like an ant in his eyes actually said something like that in front of him. "So, you don't intend to give me any face?" Li Chongxing still had a serious look on his face. This time, Sima Chongkong's face showed some doubt because he could see calmness in Li Chongxing's eyes. This calmness was definitely not the kind of calmness that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. It was a manifestation of confidence. I've misjudged you. You're not an ordinary person, but a cultivator. Sima Chongkong shook his head. No matter what kind of background you have, no matter who your elders are, you must die today. Hearing Sima Chongkong's words, Ding Qingyang and his sister's eyes dimmed at the same time. They knew this martial uncle's character and knew that he was not lying. No matter how much they hated this martial uncle, they had to admit that Sima Chongkong was definitely a decisive person. He would not regret his decision once he made it. I asked you to give me some face. As long as you do, we'll definitely have a happy ending. However, you won't give it to me, so I can only take it myself. Li Chongqing shook his head and sighed. He walked towards Sima Chongkong step by step. With every step, the aura on his body rose a little. When he was less than 5 steps away from Sima Chongkong, his blood and qi formed a resplendent brilliance behind his back, making him look like a god. At this time, Ding Qingxue, who was being controlled, Ding Qingyang, who was lying on the ground, the 2 disciples of Mount Shu, and Sima Chongkong were all dumbfounded. Light swirled above Li Chongqing's head, gradually forming the shape of a divine sword. Since Mount Shu is famous for its swordsmanship, I will defeat you with my swordsmanship today. Li Chongqing slowly raised his arm and put his 2 fingers together. He lightly pointed towards Sima Chongfeng's direction. Crack! The light sword above his head let out a roar as the air was sliced in half. With the sound of wind and thunder, it slashed towards Sima Chongkong. Only then did Sima Chongkong react. His face turned serious. He felt a great threat from Li Chongqing's sword. Kid, you're indeed strong. However, you're still too inexperienced to compete with me in swordsmanship. Sima Chongkong shouted loudly. A flying sword flew out from his back, and in an instant, it turned into thousands of swords, densely packed as they rushed towards Li Chongqing. Be careful! Ding Qingxue and her sister couldn't help but exclaim. They were from Mount Shu. Naturally, they knew how terrifying Sima Chongkong's move was. However, Li Chongqing only smiled faintly and spat out a word, break. In an instant, the light sword rushed into the sea of swords. Like a fast boat splitting the waves, it directly penetrated Sima Chongkong's seal and landed on his body. Sima Chongkong didn't even have time to react. Under the light of the sword, his right arm that was holding the sword was directly cut off. His arm was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Ah! Sima Chongkong let out a scream. Blood gushed out from the cut on his arm. The dignified Mount Shu sect leader, who had just displayed a powerful strength, couldn't even withstand one move from Li Chongqing. His arm was cut off. What was even more terrifying was that Li Chongqing actually defeated a sect leader of a swordsman sect in swordsmanship. At this moment, everyone looked at Li Chongqing differently. So what he said was true. There's no one behind him. He's a super expert himself. Ding Qingyang muttered to himself as though he was in a dream. Even the legs of the 2 Mount Shu disciples were trembling. No one would have thought that Li Chongqing, who was ignored by everyone at the beginning, was actually the most terrifying person. Ding Qingxue's face was filled with disbelief. Thinking of her ridicule and disbelief towards Li Chongqing, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. All kinds of emotions filled her heart, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Sima Chongkong, who had one of his arms cut off by Li Chongqing, was already scared out of his wit. He didn't dare to find trouble with Li Chongqing anymore. He couldn't care less about the safety of his 2 disciples. He turned around and turned into an afterimage, flying into the distance. Li Chongqing didn't give chase. It wasn't because he was soft-hearted, but because his current realm was too low. At most, he could only use that one move. He had no true essence left in his body. It wasn't enough to support him to continue chasing after Sima Chongkong. Why aren't the 2 of you scram? Don't tell me you want to take revenge for Sima Chongkong? Li Changxing's sharp gaze swept across the two Mount Shu disciples. The two of them immediately felt as though they had been pardoned. They rolled and crawled as they fled into the distance. After they were completely gone, Li Changxing walked to Ding Qingshue's side and reached out to untie the rope on Ding Qingshue's body. Ding Qingshue's eyes were filled with gratitude. Just as she was about to thank Li Changxing for saving her life, she saw that Li Changxing didn't even look at her. Instead, he looked at the rope in his hand and muttered, "Although it's an imitation, it can still be considered a magic tool. It seems like today's effort wasn't in vain." As he spoke, he directly tied the rope around his waist like a belt. When he looked up and saw Ding Qingshu staring at him, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. "What are you looking at? This rope is my spoils of war. Don't even think about snatching it from me." After the shock on Ding Qingshue's face, a wave of anger rushed to her heart. So this guy didn't come to untie the rope to save her, but to take a fancy to this rope. She was still filled with gratitude towards him. Ignoring Ding Qingshue's eyes that were about to spit fire, Li Changxing looked at Ding Qingyang and said, "I've helped you solve your problem. As a reward, give me another set of medicinal herbs according to the prescription I gave you last time. Also, I need some spirit stones. It's best if you can get them for me too." After saying that, he directly turned around and walked to the side of the street. After taking a few steps, it was as if something suddenly broke, and a sense of noise rushed to his face. He also broke the isolation formation that Sima Chongkong had set up here. Although this street wasn't a bustling street, there were still many small shops. Sima Chongkong had caused such a big commotion, but no one noticed it because he had set up the formation in advance. Now that it was broken by Li Changxing, everything returned to normal. Looking at Li Changxing, who disappeared at the end of the street, Ding Qingyang and the other two had complicated expressions. Sima Chongkong had quietly set up the formation, which was already very powerful. Li Changxing had broken the formation without any movement, which was even more terrifying. Who exactly is he? At this moment, Ding Qingyang and the other two had huge questions in their hearts at the same time. Chapter 179. Taking a taxi back to the villa, Li Changxing sat on the sofa and began to meditate. The sword that cut off Sima Chongkong's arm today had almost depleted the true essence in his body. Now that his body was empty, he had to recover as soon as possible. It seems that my martial arts realm is still too low. Although he could fight across realms with the help of powerful magical powers, there were still too many restrictions. If not for the fact that he wanted to get the herbs he needed from the Ding siblings, he would not have bothered to do such a thing. When I refine the essence-gathering pill next time and step into the Khanate stage, I won't have to be so careful when using such a move. Li Changxing thought as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He set up a spirit-gathering array around the villa. Although the effect was average, it was much denser than the barren spirit qi outside. 3 days after the incident, Ding Qingyang asked his disciple, Zhou Xing, to send Li Changxing the herbs he wanted and a few low-grade spirit stones. Although Li Changxing was not satisfied with the quality of the spirit stones, he knew that the spirit qi in this world was so barren that the Ding siblings would have to pay a hefty price for these spirit stones. After putting away the spirit stones and herbs, Li Changxing was not in a hurry to start refining. He decided to wait a little longer. Those people who went to the Medicine King Valley last time had promised to help him find the herbs. So much time had passed, and there should be news soon. Last time, with the help of a low-grade essence-gathering pill, he broke through to the 10th level of qi refining, but to step into the Khanate stage, he needed dozens of times more energy than before. If he only refined a low-grade essence-gathering pill, the effect would not be much. The next day, Li Changxing was stopped as soon as he went to school. It was Wu Xiaowan, who had gone to the Medicine King Valley with Li Changxing. "What's the matter, Teacher Wu?" Li Chongqing looked a little puzzled. Although Wu Xiaowan's behavior in the Valley of the Medicine Masters was very normal, it still left Li Chongqing a little disappointed. Wu Xiaowan didn't seem to notice the estrangement in Li Chongqing's tone. Instead, she smiled and said, "Just call me Xiaowan. I'm actually about the same age as you. Last time in Medicine King Valley, you left in a hurry and I didn't have time to thank you. This time, you must give me a chance. How about I treat you to a meal this Sunday?" For a beauty like Wu Xiaowan, it would be hard for an ordinary man to refuse her invitation. However, Li Chongqing shook his head and said, "I'm afraid there won't be time." After saying that, he looked at his watch. "There's a class meeting today, so I'll take my leave first." With that, he turned around and walked toward the teaching building. Looking at Li Chongqing's back, Wu Xiaowan could not help but stomp her feet in anger. This guy is still angry at me. He really holds a grudge. However, I don't believe that you can remain indifferent to this lady's charms. Wu Xiaowan bit her lips and said hatefully. Li Chongqing just said that he was going to attend the class meeting. In fact, it was not entirely to get rid of Wu Xiaowan. In the morning, he did receive a text message from the class leader. The class meeting was going to be held, so the members should try not to be absent. It was the first time he came to his class. At the door of the class, Li Chongqing noticed a fashionably dressed female classmate looking toward the corridor, as if waiting for someone. This female classmate attracted the attention of the boys not because of her coquettish appearance, but because of the blue butterfly tattoo on her exposed, slender waist. As a college student, she had a tattoo on this part of her body. Moreover, she was unscrupulously wearing an exposed navel top. Not only Li Chongqing, but everyone who passed by her inevitably stared at her tattoo a few times. However, the girl didn't care at all. The girl's name was Wei Qingqing. She was an anchor on a live broadcast platform. It was said that she had created a record of earning hundreds of thousands of yuan in one night. She was also regarded as an influential figure in Qingzhou University. When Li Chongqing walked over, Wei Qingqing only stopped on him for less than a second before turning her gaze away. In fact, just a few days ago, when Lu Xiong invited Li Chongqing to eat, Li Chongqing and Nangong Jingmeng went in. Wei Qingqing just happened to come out from inside. However, at that time, all her eyes were attracted by Nangong Jingmeng, a girl who was more beautiful than her. As for Li Chongqing, who was like a green leaf next to her, he didn't leave any impression on her at all. Wei Qingqing wasn't the only one standing at the door. There was also a very handsome man wearing a shirt. Almost everyone who walked into the class would take the initiative to greet him. When Li Chongqing appeared, his signature charming smile appeared on his face. "You must be Li Chongqing, right? I'm Ma Yi, the class leader who sent you a text message. I heard that you transferred to our class later. This is the first time we've met." Ma Yi was very talkative. His tone was cordial and very infectious. As the class leader, he could remember the names of every classmate. He and Li Chongqing had never met before, but he recognized Li Chongqing at a glance just by looking at the photo. This kind of person seemed to be born to be a leader. After exchanging a few words with Li Chongqing, he continued to stand at the door and wait. Li Chongqing walked to the back of the classroom and sat down. Two boys were talking in a low voice. Li Chongqing, who had always been silent, decided to take the initiative to get to know a few classmates. So he took the initiative to greet the two and introduced himself. "My name is Li Chongqing. Nice to meet you." The tall guy with a watermelon haircut said that his name was Zhang Wenbin. He was the class's sports committee member. He was very handsome, a bit like Rukawa Keed in Slam Dunk. The other fat guy was called Zhao Qinggan. He was the class's publicity committee member. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and gave people a gentle feeling. The two of them just smiled at Li Chongqing and continued to talk about their topic. It was obviously somewhat perfunctory. Li Chongqing had long heard that the university was equivalent to a miniature version of society. And these people who held positions in the class were equivalent to small leaders in a company. Li Chongqing was no different from a small employee in their eyes. The two leaders were talking, so naturally they were unwilling to drag Li Chongqing into the conversation. Class and social circle had always been the most exclusive and the most difficult thing to break. Almost everyone in the class had arrived. The class leader, Ma Yi, walked to the podium and the class quieted down. Zhang Wenbin and Zhao Qinggan's conversation also came to an end. Only then did they notice Li Chongqing sitting next to them. They once again smiled at Li Chongqing. It was not far, not close, not salty, not light. However, Li Chongqing could see at a glance that the two of them were actually estranged from him in their hearts. It was probably because Li Chongqing was the first time they met, so they were repulsed. Or Li Chongqing's appearance and temperament were too ordinary and not outstanding, so he could not be regarded as the same kind of person as them. In short, Li Chongqing could be considered to have reluctantly recognized the two classmates in the class other than the class leader, Ma Yi, although he felt that these two friends might not really remember his name. Chapter 180. As everyone knew, in the university, the friendship between classmates was far less real than the feelings brought by the upper and lower bunks in the dormitory. Even after 3 years in the university, many people couldn't even recognize their classmates clearly. The theme of this class meeting was that the class monitor, Ma Yi, wanted to change this situation slightly and recruit for the upcoming autumn sports meet. The class monitor, Ma Yi, was not only the monitor of Li Chongqing's class, but also an important position in the student council. At the class meeting, he vaguely revealed his duties in the student council, and if anyone in the class had any difficulties, they could go to him. There were some places where he could provide convenience for his classmate. His speech caused his popularity in the class to soar. Even a few young people who didn't care about the class meeting at first couldn't help but change their view of him and shouted, "The class monitor is mighty." Ma Yi was very satisfied with the effect of establishing prestige. When he finished speaking, he let several small leaders in the class go up to speak. Zhang Wenbin and Zhao Qinggan, who sat next to Li Chongqing, were naturally among them. When Zhang Wenbin went up to speak, Ma Yi sat in his seat. He first greeted Zhao Qinggan next to him, and then looked at Li Chongqing. He had some impression of Li Chongqing. After all, Li Chongqing came to this class later, and didn't seem to have come to a class. Last time when he helped the counselor take attendance, he saw that the counselor took the initiative to cross out Li Chongqing's name, so he paid attention to Li Chongqing. "Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. It's my treat." Ma Yi took the initiative to invite Li Chongqing. Zhao Qinggan next to him showed some doubts. Although Ma Yi was a person who knew how to deal with people, and was smooth and slick in dealing with people and taking care of everyone's feelings, it was inevitable that Li Chongqing would overthink things when he insisted on having a meal with so many people in the class. After the class meeting, Ma Yi, Zhao Qinggan, Zhang Wenbin, and Li Chongqing went to the school's east cafeteria. The school was divided into 2 cafeterias, the east and the west. The food had its own specialties and was not expensive, suitable for the consumption of students. Because Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin were discussing the autumn sports meet on the way, their speed was slightly slower. By the time they arrived at the canteen, there was already a long line. Li Chongqing sat down by the window. Since Ma Yi said that he was treating, he was too lazy to queue up. At this time, the weather was a little stuffy. Because there were more people in the cafeteria, the effect of the fans was minimal. There was an air conditioner in the corner, but Li Chongqing was a little far from the air conditioner. Before the cold wind could reach him, it was dispersed by the hot air. Looking at the figures coming and going outside the window, the men and women were full of youthful vigor and vitality. Li Chongqing sat there bored. He saw the screen of his phone light up. It was a message from Wu Xiaowan. "Where are you?" It was followed by a tearful emoji. Li Chongqing thought for a while and finally replied, "The cafeteria." "Yeah, I'm also in the cafeteria." The text message was replied almost instantly, followed by a grin. Li Chongqing looked up and saw a woman wearing a cap at 10 o'clock in his line of sight, waving at him. Wu Xiaowan was too popular in the school. She probably didn't want to attract too much attention. However, even though she was wearing a cap and sunglasses, there were still many eyes focused on her. Some people's appearance couldn't be bad just by looking at their backs, like Wu Xiaowan. Even if one couldn't see her face, the temperament was innate and couldn't be ignored. "Come and eat with me." Wu Xiaowan directly sent a voice message to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing was about to reply with a text message to refuse, but he saw Wu Xiaowan had already walked over with a lunchbox. For a moment, countless eyes followed Wu Xiaowan's body and fell on Li Chongqing. Especially when Wu Xiaowan handed a glass of juice to Li Chongqing with a smile. A few men who had been paying attention to Wu Xiaowan for a long time wailed, thinking, when did the beauty's taste become so distorted? What virtue and ability does this man have to make the beauty fall in love with him? Li Chongqing smiled bitterly and took a sip of the juice in his hand, thinking, when Ma Yi and the others come and see Wu Xiaowan, the famous teacher in the school, sitting next to me, I wonder what kind of expression they will have. However, he soon knew that he worried too much. He had just taken a sip of the juice and didn't have time to take a second sip when he heard a lot of noise. He looked up and saw that the food window was in a mess. Ma Yi and the other two were arguing with a tall man. As the tall man's fist landed on Ma Yi's face, a conflict was inevitable. Zhang Wenbin and Zhao Qinggan also joined the fight, and several of the tall man's companions also rushed up. Zhang Wenbin, as the sports committee member, was on the school's basketball team. He had a strong physique and could fight two people by himself. As for Zhao Qinggan, he was fat and weak in fighting. As soon as he rushed up, he was kicked to the ground by the tall man. Ma Yi was not good at fighting. He waved his fists, but he could not grasp the key points. In the end, he had two more panda eyes. In the end, Zhang Wenbin was left alone and was soon at a disadvantage. "Isn't that Ma Yi?" Wu Xiaowan looked at the chaotic crowd and said, "You know him." Li Chongqing was a little surprised. "He is a famous person in the school, and my class is his major." As she said, she looked at Li Chongqing. "You know him too?" "He is my class monitor." Li Chongqing smiled. He saw Wu Xiaowan's face was a little complacent. "I heard that there is a guy who is not willing to come to my class. It turns out that it is you." "Ah." Li Chongqing was a little confused. "I am your finance teacher. Don't tell me that you don't know which major you are studying?" Li Chongqing was a little dumbfounded. He thought, why did Chu Yaotian enroll me in the finance major? Does he want me to find a job outside after graduation? Looking at Wu Xiaowan's half-smile, he was a little confused. Although it didn't matter to Li Chongqing whether he went to class or not, he had skipped countless classes in a row. Now he happened to be caught red-handed. It was inevitable that he felt like he was caught having an affair in bed. While the two were talking, the battle over there was still going on, but it had become completely one-sided. As Zhang Wenbin, the sports committee member, fell to the ground, Ma Yi's side was completely defeated. Li Chongqing took a sip of juice and slowly stood up from the chair. "What, are you going to help?" Wu Xiaowan had a very clear understanding of Li Chongqing's fighting strength. Chapter 181. Are you going to help him? Wu Xiaowan asked Li Chongqing with a smile. No. Li Chongqing shook his head. I just want to go to the washroom. In a university campus full of youthful restlessness, fighting was a hot-blooded thing that could easily strengthen the friendship between men. However, Li Chongqing didn't have any intention to intervene. First of all, although the two sides seemed to be fighting fiercely, there was no ruthless stubble. At least until now, Li Chongqing hadn't seen anyone pick up a weapon. The table next to them, the chairs, the forks and chopsticks on the table, all of these things were very lethal. Secondly, the fight here had attracted the attention of the school's security. Li Chongqing saw several uniformed security guards rushing in and knew that things would soon calm down. Sure enough, when Li Chongqing came out of the washroom, the two sides had been separated. A teacher in charge of the school's security hurried over. Fighting was a very bad thing, especially when Ma Yi and the other two were leaders of the class. It was very easy for them to be punished severely. However, when the teacher came, he acted as if it was a small matter and dismissed the fight between the two sides as a game. Even Li Chongqing felt that this decision was inconceivable. Seemingly aware of Li Chongqing's doubts, Wu Xiaowan explained, Ma Yi's father is the director of the Academic Affairs Office, and the tall guy who fought with them is called Ji Lin. His father is a visiting professor of the school. They are all related to each other. The teacher in charge of security can't afford to offend either of them. Li Chongqing suddenly understood. Originally, he planned to treat Ma Yi to a meal, but now he couldn't freeload this meal. After such a disturbance, the cafeteria was in chaos. Li Chongqing went there and casually ordered a boxed lunch. After eating, he said goodbye to Wu Xiaowan and returned to the dormitory. Jiang Tao and the others weren't there, so Li Chongqing was lying on the bed alone in the dormitory, playing with his mobile phone. Suddenly, he heard a clamor coming from the corridor. It seemed that they were all walking towards the east. At this time, the dormitory door opened and Zhang Xiaofeng let a girl in. The girl looked quite delicate. Zhang Xiaofeng introduced her as Shang Shuqin, his girlfriend. The girl was a little shy. Li Chongqing sat up from the bed and took the initiative to take out the tea leaves that Su Xiaolin had left for him. He used a disposable cup to make a cup of tea and placed it in front of the girl. Fortunately, the dormitory was clean and tidy, so Shang Shuqin had a place to stay. Li Chongqing looked at Zhang Xiaofeng's blissful face. Although he didn't know how far their relationship would go, whether they would walk down the aisle after graduation or part ways, at least for now, Li Chongqing was still happy for him. Have you heard? There were two groups of people fighting in the cafeteria today. It was quite fierce. Shang Shuqin and Zhang Xiaofeng were also eating in the cafeteria at that time and happened to witness the scene. Since there was nothing to talk about, they took the initiative to bring it up. I was there too. I'm from the same class. Li Chongqing said. Ma Yi is in your class? This time, Zhang Xiaofeng was a little surprised. He is a popular figure in our grade. Although he is just a freshman, he holds an important position in the student union. I heard that his family background is not ordinary. By the way, we live on the same floor, not far from our dormitory. Are you sure you don't want to go and see him? After all, we are in the same class and on the same floor. It's fate. Zhang Xiaofeng said this without any intention to stop Li Chongqing, the third wheel, from continuing to shine here. Of course, Li Chongqing understood. He smiled, took out a box of tea leaves from the cabinet below, put it in a bag and walked outside. When Li Chongqing closed the door and heard the footsteps go away, Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't wait to pounce on Shang Shuqin like a hungry tiger. Shang Shuqin hurriedly pushed him away with a red face. What are you doing? This is your male dormitory. It will be embarrassing if we are caught. Only then did Zhang Xiaofeng smile. By the way, didn't you say that your dormitory is full of talents? Especially this Li Chongqing. You praised him like a flower in front of me, but I think he is very honest. There is nothing special about him. Shang Shuqin often heard Zhang Xiaofeng talk about Li Chongqing and had great expectations in her heart. This time, she was slightly disappointed when she saw him. He is low-key. A real man doesn't show his true colors. Let me tell you, this guy is very tough. I think his skills can be compared with professional fighters. You have been talking for a long time. Except for his skills, there is nothing special about him. What era is it now? Who cares whether his skills are good or not? Money and power are supreme. No matter how good he is at fighting, he can't make a living with it. Zhang Shuqin curled her lips. Zhang Xiaofeng was speechless. According to Zhang Xiaofeng, Li Changxing came to dormitory 313. The last group of people in the dormitory had just left. Many people in the school came to greet him because he was injured in a fight. When Li Changxing went in, he saw Zhang Wenbin and Zhao Qinggan were also there. After seeing Li Changxing, they were obviously surprised. I am in dormitory 305. I didn't expect that our relatives on the same floor would bring some tea leaves for you to try. Li Changxing put the tea leaves on the table. He saw Ma Yi with 2 dark circles under her eyes and a bump on her forehead. She was using an ice pack and a towel to apply it. Zhang Wenbin and Zhao Qinggan were injured to different degrees, but they were not as serious as Ma Yi. Changxing, take a seat. I wanted to treat you to a meal, but it turned out to be a mess. Ma Yi smiled and pointed to the stool next to her. Want one? Zhang Wenbin took out the cigarette on the table and handed it to Li Changxing. Li Changxing took it and lit it up. If I wasn't careless and was hugged from behind by that guy, I definitely could have killed those two. Zhang Wenbin continued the topic that was interrupted by Li Changxing. After this fight, although the 3 of them didn't gain any advantage, they seemed to have become famous. In particular, it made the relationship between the 3 of them even stronger. Zhao Qinggan beside also joined the discussion. By the way, Changxing, you must have been scared at that time. I didn't see your shadow when I looked back. But Zhang Wenbin is really fierce today. He didn't fall into a disadvantage when fighting against 3 people alone. When Zhao Qinggan said this, he looked at Li Changxing with a bit of disdain. Worthy of being the sports committee member. Li Changxing gave Zhang Wenbin a thumbs up. Changxing is a good kid at first sight. Ma Yi defended Li Changxing. After smoking a cigarette, Li Changxing saw that the 3 of them were discussing enthusiastically. It seemed unnecessary for him to sit there, so he said goodbye and was about to leave. Ma Yi nodded at Li Changxing. When Li Changxing was about to go out, she suddenly thought of something and said, Changxing, you should attend the finance class tomorrow morning. Wu Xiaowan is the first goddess of our school. People from other departments are rushing to attend our class. You, on the other hand, haven't attended a single class. I feel embarrassed every time the roll is called. Okay, I got it. Li Changxing nodded. Chapter 182. Wu Xiaowan was rated as the number 1 goddess on the school forum. Her class was definitely very popular. The entire classroom was filled with students even before the official start of class. When Li Changxing appeared, if it wasn't for Ma Yi waving at him, he really wouldn't have been able to find his seat. Zhang Xiaofeng and his girlfriend, Zhang Shuqin, also came. They sat in a corner of the school and didn't notice Li Changxing sitting in the center. There were too many people in the class, almost exceeding the capacity of the class. The seductively dressed girl from that day, Wei Qingqing, was sitting not far from Li Changxing. Her gaze occasionally glanced at Li Changxing, but she wasn't looking at Li Changxing. Instead, she was looking at a handsome boy sitting in front of Li Changxing. Li Changxing felt that the back of the other party was somewhat familiar. When he saw Ma Yi, Zhang Wenbin, and the other 2's eyes that were about to spit fire, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the young man named Ji Lin who fought with Ma Yi and the others in the cafeteria yesterday? This really could be called enemies on a narrow road. In our class, a student from another class dares to sit in front of us. Should we teach him a lesson after class? After yesterday's battle, Zhang Wenbin had a lot of confidence in his combat strength and asked Ma Yi. Ma Yi was the class monitor, and also the leader of the small circle of the three of them. Don't mess around. It wasn't easy to suppress yesterday's matter. If another one happens, I don't need to be the class monitor anymore. Mai replied in a low voice. Zhang Wenbin didn't say much. The reason why he said so was to show his attitude. No one was willing to be given a big demerit because of this. Ji Lin seemed to know what Ma Yi and the others were talking about. He turned his head and gave Zhang Wenbin a provocative look, causing Zhang Wenbin to almost go berserk. However, he immediately saw 7 or 8 boys sitting in the same row as Ji Lin turned their heads at the same time with murderous looks. The other party obviously came prepared. Zhang Wenbin, who was about to get angry, felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. Ma Yi and Zhao Qinggan also shrunk their neck. After all, they were only students. If they dared to fight in a situation where both sides were evenly matched, they naturally wouldn't be able to be unyielding if the other party had more people. Li Changxing watched this scene with interest. At this time, Li Changxing's phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a video sent by Wu Xiaowan. Because the classroom was too noisy, she quietly got up and went outside the classroom to answer the phone. On the other end of the video call, Wu Xiaowan was driving. She had on light makeup, which made her look very attractive. Li Changxing, did you come to my class today? If you don't come, I'll report it to the school leaders. I'm here. Li Changxing smiled bitterly. If other people were targeted by such a great beauty, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams, but Li Changxing could only smile bitterly. Wu Xiaowan was not his type, and it would only be a waste of time if he continued to pester her. Really? You're actually willing to attend my class? Wu Xiaowan's face showed some surprise. She had said that on purpose yesterday, but she didn't expect Li Changxing to actually come to class. I'm stuck in a traffic jam. I'll be in the classroom in 10 minutes. Li Changxing, if you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely ask the school to give you a big punishment. As she said that, she even made threatening gestures. After hanging up the phone, Li Changxing adjusted his white shirt. He was dressed more formally today, not because of Wu Xiaowan, but because the combat team had been training for so long. Today, the school leaders were going to conduct an inspection. As the coach, Li Changxing felt that he should dress more formally. Almost 10 minutes had passed since the class started, and Wu Xiaowan still hadn't appeared. The classroom was already abuzz with discussion. Why isn't Ms. Wu here yet? Could it be that something happened? I specially came here to listen to the goddess's class. Could it be that she got another teacher to substitute for her? That would be terrible. Everyone was whispering to each other and discussing. At this moment, Li Changxing, who had finished smoking a cigarette in the corridor, pushed open the door and walked in. The moment the door opened, the classroom fell into silence. Everyone looked at the door. When they saw that it was Li Changxing who walked in, they were all puzzled. Why is it a young man who came in? Where's my goddess? Could it be that my jinx was right? The goddess can't come today because of something, so he's going to substitute for her? There was a buzz of discussion. This teacher looks quite young. Could it be that he's an intern? All kinds of discussions fell into Li Changxing's ears, and he was stunned. Just as he was about to walk back to his seat, he saw a figure stand up. Where's Ms. Wu? Why isn't she here yet? What are you doing? Li Changxing took a closer look. It was Ji Lin, who was sitting in front of him. He didn't seem to recognize him. But then again, Li Changxing was too ordinary. So ordinary that people would completely ignore his existence. We're here to listen to Ms. Wu's lecture. Where's Ms. Wu? Ji Lin's companions who came with him jeered. Young teacher, we're here to look at beauties. Hurry up and call Ms. Wu and ask her to come to class. Li Changxing, who was about to walk away, paused for a moment. The corner of his mouth revealed a somewhat evil smile. Then, he turned around and walked directly to the podium. In the corner of the classroom, Shang Xuqin looked at Zhang Xiaofeng with a puzzled expression. Hubby, what's your roommate going to do? I don't know either. Zhang Xiaofeng was also at a loss. At this moment, Li Changxing, under everyone's gaze, stood on the podium and pretended to arrange the books on the podium. Then, he pointed at Ji Lin and his companions and said, "These students, the school opened this class for you to learn, not for you to look at beauties. If you find me an eyesore, please leave the classroom." Ma Yi, Zhang Wenbin, and the other two who knew Li Changxing's identity were completely dumbfounded. The other students also held their breath. Wei Qingqing, who frequently cast glances at Ji Lin and also knew Li Changxing's identity, was just about to remind him when she saw Ji Lin sneer and directly pull the chair away. Then, he turned around and strode toward the door of the classroom. His companions also followed behind him. They held their heads high and swaggered away in an unusually confident manner. Before leaving, they not only challenged the teacher's dignity, but also showed their own maverick behavior. In their eyes, they were very showy, arrogant, and unscrupulous. The others looked at Li Changxing, who was standing on the podium. They thought, being made such a scene in public by a few students is tantamount to being slapped in the face. Let's see how he can get out of this situation. However, unexpectedly, Li Changxing just smiled and patted the chalk dust on his body. Then, he walked to the side of Ma Yi and the other two who had completely fallen into a daze and sat down. He picked up a book called Economic Planning and casually flipped through it. Half a minute later, the classroom door was opened again. Wu Xiaowan, who was wearing a uniform, felt the strange atmosphere in the class. She walked to the podium with a puzzled expression and said, "I'm really sorry. There was a traffic jam on the way and I'm late for more than 10 minutes. I apologize to everyone." The whole class suddenly fell into a strange silence. Chapter 183. Countless gazes were searching for Li Changxing's figure. Shang Shuqin, who was sitting in the corner, even covered her mouth and blurted out, "Too awesome." Zhang Xiaofeng's face was also full of confusion. He thought to himself, "This roommate of mine is really not ordinary valiant." Ma Yi, Zhang Wenbin, and the other two looked at Li Changxing, who was sitting next to them, not knowing what to say. This scene was destined to be an unforgettable scene in people's memory. After leaving the classroom, Ji Lin and the others sat under the basketball hoop in the school field, each of them holding a cigarette in their mouth. That counselor was so arrogant. When we walked out in front of him, I saw that his face was green. A male student said with a bit of pride. He felt that his posture when walking out of the classroom today was incomparably cool. Yeah, he even pulled a long face at us. "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" The other guy had a 3mm haircut and an earring on his ear, which made him look rather unconventional. Ji Lin smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes were clearly filled with pride. In the classroom, although Wu Xiaowan was puzzled by the strange atmosphere today, she still officially started the class. To be able to become a teacher in such a university at such a young age, Wu Xiaowan was not only because of her relationship with her father and Chunligua, but also because her own ability was very outstanding. As Wu Xiaowan started the class, everyone gradually shifted their attention away from Li Changxing. A great beauty who could captivate birds and beasts was standing on the podium. For many people, it was a visual pleasure. Only then did Ma Yi and the others react and give Li Changxing a thumbs up. "Bro, you're awesome. If Ji Lin knew that you weren't a teacher, I'm afraid his lungs would explode." Thinking of his archenemy's furious appearance, Ma Yi felt a burst of joy in his heart. "Yeah, today was really too satisfying," Zhang Wenbin also said excitedly. Only Zhao Qinggan's face had some worry. "Ji Lin is not a good person. Li Changxing, you have to be careful when you go out in the future. Don't be alone and get caught by them." This was the first time someone whispered in her class. Wu Xiaowan was slightly dissatisfied in her heart. When she looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Changxing sitting there, all her dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared. This guy really came to my class. For a moment, she was absent-minded. Pay attention in class. Don't talk too much. Teacher Wu will get angry, Zhao Qinggan said. He felt sour in his heart. It seemed that Li Changxing's addition had replaced his importance in the small group of 3. Teacher Wu is really beautiful. I heard that she's still young. I really want to have a passionate relationship with her. A man behind Li Changxing said in a low voice. Stop dreaming. Ji Lin is a famous figure in the school. I heard that he's pursuing Wu Xiaowan, but Wu Xiaowan didn't agree even once. Do you think you have a chance? Someone said. Li Changxing recalled that Wu Xiaowan had recognized Ma Yi and Ji Lin at a glance in the cafeteria. So they were Wu Xiaowan's pursuers. Taking advantage of the time when Wu Xiaowan turned her back and wrote a string of professional terms on the blackboard, Ma Yi poked Li Changxing's arm. Is Wu Xiaowan beautiful? Are you a little moved? The topic between men could never be separated from women. Sure enough, when Ma Yi said that, Zhang Wenbin also became interested. Teacher Wu is the goddess in the hearts of every boy in our school. Who wouldn't be moved? Zhang Wenbin said. Li Changxing smiled. I'm not moved. And I think that although she's beautiful, she's not my cup of tea. TSK. You're saying that grapes are sour because you can't eat them, right? Zhao Qinggan curled his lips in disdain. Yeah, brother. Don't pretend. If Teacher Wu threw herself into your arms, I'm afraid you'll wake up laughing in your dreams. A boy next to him interrupted at the right time. Because Li Changxing was in the limelight just now, many people were willing to take the initiative to talk to him. Teacher Wu, you're late today. Shouldn't you compensate us? Just as the class was coming to an end, a boy said loudly. Yeah, Teacher Wu. You have to give us some benefits. Otherwise, we won't do it. Why don't you sing a song? I think the most popular song this year, Itchy, is pretty good. Some people started to make a fuss. College students' fear of teachers had been infinitely reduced. Especially Wu Xiaowan was so young and beautiful. If she wasn't standing on the podium, no one would think of her as a teacher. What's so good about singing? Let's dance. Yes, dance. As soon as they heard someone's suggestion, a lot of voices echoed. After seeing Wu Xiaowan's elegant demeanor on the podium, they wanted to see the other side of Wu Xiaowan. Glancing at Li Changxing, who was sitting there with his head lowered and playing with his mobile phone, Wu Xiaowan smiled and nodded. Okay, but it's a bit awkward for me to dance alone. Why don't I find a classmate to dance with me? As soon as her voice fell, cheers sounded in the classroom. Countless people raised their hands. To be able to dance with the goddess in their hearts, such an opportunity was enough to make many boys go crazy. Zhang Wenbin, Zhao Qinggan, and the class monitor, Ma Yi, who had always been steady, also raised their hands. What a joke. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, there wouldn't be another one. Everyone, quiet down. Wu Xiaowan pressed her hands, and the voices gradually quieted down. I'm very happy that you are so enthusiastic. But I have to choose one. How about this? I'll close my eyes and point at random. Whoever I point at will come up and dance with me. How about it? When Wu Xiaowan said this, Li Changxing secretly said, "Not good," in his heart. Sure enough, she closed her eyes and suddenly pointed in the direction of Li Changxing. But because she closed her eyes first and then stretched out her finger, the direction was a bit off. She pointed at Zhao Qinggan, who was next to Li Changxing. Zhao Qinggan suddenly received many people's attention. He had a kind of excitement from being hit by happiness. He stood up and said excitedly, I was actually chosen. I can dance with the goddess. Wu Xiaowan opened her eyes and was a bit dumbfounded. Seeing that Zhao Qinggan was about to walk out, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "This student you misunderstood. The position I pointed at is obviously him." In a split second, the smile on Zhao Qinggan's face froze. Countless gazes focused on Li Changxing. Damn. It's this guy again. Today's limelight has been stolen by this guy. I'm so envious and jealous. Why isn't the one she pointed at me? Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin's eyes revealed doubt. They clearly saw that Wu Xiaowan pointed at Zhao Qinggan. Why would Wu Xiaowan say that it was Li Changxing's? Or was it that she didn't point at random but chose Li Changxing in advance? The smile on Zhao Qinggan's face faded and was replaced by a flushed and embarrassed face. He was about to leave his seat in front of so many people, but in the end, this spot fell on Li Changxing. Li Changxing smiled helplessly and thought, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to this finance class. Chapter 184. Teacher, I don't know how to dance. Li Changxing shakes his head and refuses. It's okay, teacher can teach you. Wu Xiaowan smiles like a fox who has succeeded in her plot. When these words come out, many people who are slow to react also see the abnormality. I'll perform a pole dance for everyone. Li Changxing classmate, you only need to act as the pole. Wu Xiaowan winks at Li Changxing. Suddenly there is a burst of noise in the classroom. The usually quiet and elegant Wu Xiaowan unexpectedly wants to perform such a bold and open dance. Although many people are somewhat envious and jealous of Li Changxing, who can be the pole, at this moment they are also full of expectation. Wu Xiaowan hooks her finger at Li Changxing. Everyone in the classroom stares with their eyes wide open, not wanting to miss any details. Shang Shuqin behind also has a puzzled face. Why do I feel that teacher Wu Xiaowan and Li Changxing seem to know each other in private? A woman's sixth sense has always been very accurate. Zhang Xiaofeng doesn't know the relationship between Li Changxing and Wu Xiaowan. He just pats his chest and proudly says, "That's right, I told you that our dormitory people are all hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but you just don't believe me." At this moment, under the gaze of the whole class, Li Changxing leaves his seat and walks to the podium. Wu Xiaowan's dancing skills are actually very clumsy, but she can't stand up to her beauty and good figure. She just symbolically does a few movements, which causes screams again and again. Okay, that's all I know. Wu Xiaowan tidies up the hair that covers her eyes, looking very charming. Li Changxing is about to turn around and return to his seat, when suddenly Wu Xiaowan's high-heeled shoes twisted, and then the whole person throws herself into Li Changxing's arms. That pair of red lips kissed Li Changxing's cheek at just the right moment. In an instant, the noise in the classroom comes to an abrupt end, and everyone stares with their eyes wide open. This is destined to be the scene of envy and jealousy of every boy. Wu Xiaowan in uniform, Li Changxing, such a scene is frozen for a few seconds, until Wu Xiaowan's cheeks crimson and leaves Li Changxing's arms. As the bell rings and just walked out of the classroom, there is a burst of noise in the classroom. Zhao Qinggan, who originally had hopes of dancing with the beautiful goddess, looked at Li Changxing, who had taken his place and enjoyed his luck with women. He didn't know what to think. Ma Yi, Zhang Wenbin gives a thumbs up again. Below the stage, one can unscrupulously construct a beautiful dream, but the probability of being able to have close contact with the goddess is only 1 in 1,000. Li Changxing not only got this 1 in 1,000, but also coincidentally the goddess throws herself into his arms and gives him a kiss. This simply makes people go crazy with jealousy. And with this class, the story of an ordinary student who can't be any more ordinary also starts to spread in the campus of Qingzhou University. After class, everyone rushes out of the classroom. Ma Yi comes over and directly puts his arm around Li Changxing's shoulder. "Brother, you did well today. I must treat you to a meal to make up for yesterday." Li Changxing doesn't know if he is referring to Ji Lin and the others leaving the classroom, or the dance with Wu Xiaowan, or both, but he doesn't refuse. From Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin's eyes, he knows that he has probably reluctantly integrated into their circle. Zhao Qinggan is a bit unhappy. Compared to Li Chongqing, who is in the limelight, he is a typical example of being slapped in the face. I'm not feeling well, I'll go back to the dorm first, Zhao Qinggan said. Don't, let's go eat together. Zhang Wenbin forcibly pulls Zhao Qinggan to the cafeteria. Zhao Qinggan is obviously a bit unwilling, but he doesn't refuse. Fortunately, this lunch went smoothly, and Ma Yi and the others didn't meet any enemies. At the dining table, several people are still talking about what happened in the classroom. Zhang Xiaofeng and his girlfriend Shang Shuqin are sitting not far away. When they pass by this table, they say hello to Li Chongqing. When talking about Wu Xiaowan, they have to extend the topic to the other campus beauties on the school forum. Chu Meng and Jing Chan just happened to appear in the cafeteria, causing a stir. Look, it's Chu Meng, she is the #1 campus beauty of our Qingzhou University. I heard that she also knows martial arts. Zhang Wenbin said excitedly. When I was in high school, I was in the same school as her. Her family's business is very big, and in Qingzhou, they can cover the sky with one hand. I heard that the young master of the Qin family, Qin Yi, was pursuing her, but these days there is no trace of that Qin Yi. Ma Yi, Zhang Wenbin, and the others are also considered influential people in the school, but compared to Qin Yi, one of the 4 young masters of the school, they are somewhat dwarf. The Qin family fell. Qin Yi should have dropped out of school, Ma Yi said. With his family background, he vaguely heard some news, but it is not true. He only knows that the Qin family's power in Quzhou has all disappeared. Regarding the death of Qin Hao and his son, it is regarded as a taboo in the upper circle of Qingzhou. Most people don't know what happened. Look, Chu Meng is looking at us. Zhang Wenbin is a little excited. This Chu Meng is not only beautiful, but most importantly, her family background gives her a layer of mystery. Chu Meng naturally saw Li Chongqing sitting here. She originally wanted to come over and say hello, but when she saw Jing Chan next to him, in the end, she just smiled at Li Chongqing. The relationship between Jing Chan and Li Chongqing is not good. Li Chongqing returned the greeting with a smile. The two went to a remote corner with the food and sat down. Many students came in to eat, and soon blocked the sight of Ma Yi and the others. This made Zhang Wenbin, who has been watching Chu Meng, a little regretful. Why do I feel that Chu Meng just smiled at us? Ma Yi looked at Li Chongqing with some doubts. Li Chongqing didn't say anything, just bowed his head and finished the food on the plate. There is a social gathering in the afternoon, starting at 5:00 sharp. The standard is high enough. All the influential people of Qingzhou University, are you interested in seeing it? Ma Yi finished the food and asked with a smile. Okay, be sure to take me. Zhang Wenbin was the first to raise his hand and said. Zhao Qinggan's eyes also lit up. Ma Yi was able to enter the student union as a freshman. In addition, his father was the director of the academic affairs office. He had many connections that others didn't have. If he could make a few useful friends, it would be of great benefit to him after graduation. What about you? Ma Yi looked at Li Chongqing. I won't go, I have something to do in the afternoon. What can a college student do? Zhao Qinggan curled his lips. You can't be afraid that there are too many influential people at the social gathering and you feel inferior, right? Hearing Zhao Qinggan's words, Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin seemed to understand something. Indeed, although Li Chongqing's performance in class today was amazing, it can't change the fact that he is ordinary, and you can't find any famous brand clothes on him. No, I really have something to do. Li Chongqing smiled. Zhang Wenbin didn't say anything. He has always been good at grasping people's hearts, and he naturally knows that people with low self-esteem are more sensitive. Moreover, the people at today's banquet are not ordinary people. Zhang Wenbin and Zhao Qinggan used to have some reputation among the freshmen, but Li Chongqing is too ordinary. If the status of the friends he brings is too low, it will make him lose face. Chapter 185. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the school's leaders were going to inspect the combat team. Actually, it was called an inspection, but it was more like a performance of the combat team's recent training to the relevant leaders. As the coach, Li Chongxing had to attend. After lunch, he returned to the dormitory to rest for a while. Seeing that it was about time, he walked out. Every training team in the stadium was no stranger to Li Chongxing. Whether it was when he first took on the role of coach, carrying Wang Dongxing and the others out on stretchers, or later when he fought with Vice Principal Shen Donghai's bodyguards, no one dared to look down on this seemingly ordinary coach. When Li Chongxing walked in, many people took the initiative to greet him. A few girls from the cheerleading team even came up to Li Chongxing to ask for an autograph, completely treating him as their idol. Perhaps in the entire Qingzhou University, Li Chongxing's name was not famous, but in the training team in this stadium, Li Chongxing was no different from a star. Until Li Chongxing walked into the combat room and closed the door, the people outside were still pointing and discussing. In the combat room, Wang Dongxing, Wei Hu, and Jin Wenwen were already prepared. These days of training made each of them seem like they had been reborn. Li Chongxing even found that Wang Dongxing was almost at the level of internal force, and Wei Hu and Jin Wenwen were not far behind. Su Jing was also there. She was originally the person in charge of logistics for the combat team, so it could be said that she had witnessed the growth of the combat team. Su Jing was wearing a checkered skirt today, her hair casually tied up, and light blue canvas shoes on her feet. She did not look like a teacher, but more like a young girl in her 20s. When she saw Li Chongxing, she took the initiative to smile and greet Li Chongxing. Her attitude was completely different from when she first met Li Chongxing. Although Li Chongxing did not come to supervise Wang Dongxing and the others training these days, and did not even show his face once, those training methods were indeed effective. Today, the school's leaders will be reviewing. You must perform well. There's not much time left until the fighting competition. When the time comes, I hope each of you can bring back a golden belt. Wang Dongxing, Jin Wenwen, and Wei Hu just happened to represent the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight weight classes. It's the coach. I will definitely succeed. The three of them said in unison. Alright, you guys get ready first. I'll go out and see if the school leaders are here. Li Chongxing walked out of the room and saw that several directors of the school had already arrived. Principal Chun Ligua would also be here today. With less than 20 minutes to go, Li Chongxing leaned against a pillar in the stadium and lit a cigarette. Today, not only the various training teams, but many students who heard the news also came to watch the fun. A man in sportswear walked in front of Li Chongxing. Li Chongxing raised his head and saw Wang Jian. When he first came to school, Wang Jian was the one who tested him. In the end, he broke a sandbag and Wang Jian was almost disfigured. The fighting team will shine in your hands, Wang Jian said sincerely. He had already fought with Wang Dongxing before and was surprised by Wang Dongxing's improvement. I heard that a beauty threw herself at you in the finance class this morning. Wang Jian and Li Chongxing leaned against the pillar side by side and also took out a cigarette and lit it. Wu Xiaowan is the dream goddess of many boys in the school. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Li Chongxing's mouth twitched. He didn't discuss this topic further with Wang Jian. Do you know the identity of the bald man? Wang Jian pointed at a middle-aged man in a row in the classroom and asked. Li Chongxing shook his head. His eyes were filled with doubt. He is Ji Lin's father. He is also a special professor of the school. Li Chongxing thought of the few figures who left the class in the morning and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to be so bad. Wang Jian laughed heartily. Coincidentally, there was one of his students who knew Li Chongxing. He told him about how Li Chongxing pretended to be a teacher and chased Ji Lin out of the class in the morning, which made him burst out laughing. Not far away, Ji Lin, who had come to look for his father, happened to see Li Chongqing, who was leaning against the wall and smoking. He had already learned the truth of the matter, and the moment he saw Li Chongqing, his anger surged. He originally thought that he would be able to strut around in class and steal the limelight. Who would have thought that he would be played like a monkey, like a clown? This was a great humiliation. Thus, Ji Lin called out to his friends who were standing not too far away and walked up to Li Chongqing in an aggressive manner. The chatter in the stadium gradually died down. As long as one wasn't stupid, one could tell that something was about to happen. Ji Lin was a famous figure amongst the freshmen of the school, and his friends were usually very happy to dance around. As for Li Chongqing, most of the people in the stadium were no stranger to him. Li Chongqing stubbed out his cigarette and threw it into the trash can next to him. The PE teacher, Wang Jian, who was standing next to him, smiled. He looked like he was watching a show and didn't intend to intervene. Ji Lin's group of 5 were all over 1.8 meters tall. They stood there like a wall of meat, looking very imposing. The people around them held their breaths, waiting to see a good show. They all knew how terrifying Li Chongqing's battle prowess was. They thought to themselves, Ji Lin wants to make trouble for Li Chongqing. He's quite bold. Of course, Ji Lin interpreted these gazes as pity for Li Chongqing. He had been played in the morning, so of course he wanted to get back at Li Chongqing. Kid, it's time to settle the score from this morning's class. Ji Lin clenched his fist. His tall height, long hair, and handsome face were enough to defeat Li Chongqing. Some of the girls nearby couldn't bear to look at him. Such a handsome face, it would be a pity if Coach Li punched him twice. Ji Lin and the others thought that they were very handsome and in the limelight, but they didn't know that in the eyes of the people around them, they were dancing on the edge of a knife. Because Li Chongqing standing in front of him was not a cat or dog that could be easily defeated. He was a fierce tiger that would choose people to eat. Li Chongqing didn't speak. Ji Lin's confidence swelled. He reached out his hand and grabbed Li Chongqing's collar. He sneered. Today my dad is here, so I won't beat you. If you are a man, tomorrow morning on the sports field, we will settle our grudges in a man's way. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with his head held high, feeling very good about himself. The surrounding people exclaimed, which greatly satisfied Ji Lin's vanity. Wang Jian shook his head and thought to himself, I don't know where the youngsters these days get their confidence from. Li Chongqing is such a monster that even I, a retired Special Forces soldier, don't dare to fight him. He's just a student, yet he thinks too highly of himself. The surrounding members of the various sports teams were discussing in low voices, thinking, where did this hero come from? How dare he provoke our demon instructor? Li Chongqing's deeds had been known by all the sports team members. The demon coach was the nickname that they gave him. At this time, the bald old man sitting in the classroom, Ji Lin's dad, came over and said to Li Chongqing, I'm sorry, my son has been spoiled since he was young. You don't have to go to the sports field tomorrow. I will teach him a lesson so that he won't bully honest students. He had never met Li Chongqing, so he only treated Li Chongqing as an honest kid. Li Chongqing smiled. No, I like to be bullied. What do you mean? Ji Lin's dad was stunned, but he saw that Li Chongqing had already walked to the teacher's seat. Wang Jian chuckled and said, Professor Ji, he is the young coach of the martial arts team. What? Ji Lin's boss almost fell to the ground. He asked with a bit of shock in his eyes. He is the coach who defeated the boxing champion not long ago. Chapter 186. Coach Li, that Ji Lin dared to offend you. How do you plan to deal with him tomorrow? A teacher from the sports team asked with a smile. Li Chongqing was not only the coach of the combat team, he was also a freshman. This was no longer a secret. Most of the people training in the gymnasium knew of his other identity. Coach Li, you have to go easy on him. That Ji Lin may be tall, but with your skills, you can beat him to a pulp with one punch. These PE teachers in the gymnasium worshipped Li Chongqing very much. Not far away, Ji Lin's father, the specially hired professor of the school, quietly pricked up his ears to listen. His forehead was already covered in sweat. He naturally knew what kind of character his son had, but it seemed that he had really kicked an iron plate this time. Just now, he had secretly asked a few teachers about Li Chongqing. The more he learned about Li Chongqing's deeds, the more frightened he became. And this guy seemed to have an unusual relationship with Principal Chunligua. What should I do? He only had one precious son. If he was crippled, then he could only cry. Following the arrival of Principal Chunligua, the combat team's assessment officially began. First, it was a strength test. Then, the combat coaches from the school would fight with Wang Dongxing and the others. In the end, these usually arrogant coaches were beaten to a pulp by Wang Dongxing and the other two students. By the time the whole process was completed, it was already past 7 o'clock. When Li Chongqing came out of the gymnasium, he was blocked by a group of people. He raised his head and saw Ji Lin and his gang of bad friends. Didn't you say we would meet at the field tomorrow? Why can't you wait to fight now? Li Chongqing's lips curled into a playful smile. Kicking them out of the classroom in the morning was just an idea he came up with on the spur of the moment. He couldn't stand their arrogance and despotism. However, he didn't hate them so much. He just saw them as a little fun in life. However, if they continued to pester him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson to teach them a lesson. I'm afraid that you won't dare to come to the field tomorrow. As he spoke, Ji Lin extended his hand towards Li Chongqing. Give me your student ID. Come to the field tomorrow to collect it. I didn't bring my student ID. Is my coach ID okay? Li Chongqing smiled and took out a document from his pocket. What coach certificate? Ji Lin and the others did not react in time, but when they took the ID from Li Chongqing and saw the words Combat Team Coach, their hands trembled and they almost dropped the ID. You must have made a fake certificate to deceive us. Ji Lin let out a cold laugh. What a joke, isn't this guy just a freshman? How could he be the coach of a combat team? Whether I'm lying to you or not, you'll know if you ask around. Li Chongqing snatched the document from Ji Lin's hands, then walked forward. None of the people behind Ji Lin dared to stop him. They could only watch as Li Chongqing walked away. At this moment, Ji Lin's father had just walked out of the stadium. He was talking to a colleague. When he saw his son standing in the middle of the road with some people, he hurriedly said a few words to his colleague, then hurriedly walked over. Dad! Ji Lin was just about to say something when his father reached out and slapped him across the face. Slap! The sound was crisp and clear. Many people who were walking over stopped in their tracks and looked over in confusion. Ji Lin was even more dumbfounded. Why did you hit me? Ji Lin's face was filled with disbelief. His father had always doted on him. This was the first time in his life that he had hit him. Why did I hit you? Don't you know what you've done? With your skills, do you want to end our Ji family's bloodline? Ji Haiyang hurled a torrent of abuse at Ji Lin. Seeing that Ji Lin was still in a daze, he couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid you don't even know who you've offended. That Li Chongqing isn't a good person. He's the coach of the fighting team. Some time ago, Vice Principal Shun Donghai found a boxing champion, but even that champion wasn't his match. His arm was broken by Li Chongqing. My Ji family only has you as a seedling. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? As Ji Haiyang's voice fell, Ji Lin was stunned on the spot. At the same time, a chill rose in his heart. To break a boxing champion's arm, this guy's fighting strength was actually so terrifying. Moreover, his backer was Principal Chunligua. No matter how he compared himself, he was no match for him. Now you know. Find him and apologize. You can't afford to offend this young man. Before returning to the dormitory, he received a call from Jiang Tao and the others, asking Li Chongqing to go to the internet cafe to find them. They said that they would go out for dinner tonight. Li Chongqing hung up the phone and went to the second floor of the internet cafe near the school. In a large private room, he saw Jiang Tao and the others playing LOL. Jiang Tao's girlfriend, Su Ying, was also there. When she saw Li Chongqing, she greeted him with a smile. Zhang Xiaofeng was telling the story of Li Chongqing in class. Therefore, when Li Chongqing sat down, Su Ying's first words were, "I didn't know that you were such a bad person." Chongqing is a classic example of a quiet but passionate person. Jiang Tao laughed and said, "He was in a good mood after winning the game." After a while, footsteps sounded again. Chen Wan, who was wearing heavy makeup, walked into the room. Chen Wan, who was originally full of smiles, had an ugly expression the moment she saw Li Chongqing. She always disliked Li Chongqing, but this time she didn't say anything bad. Last time in the Chuzhou city, she had suffered a lot because of Li Chongqing. Behind Chen Wan, Zhang Mengmeng and her boyfriend, Shang Jianping, were holding hands. Zhang Mengmeng looked at Li Chongqing with a complicated expression. Shang Jianping, on the other hand, was smiling coldly. Li Chongqing had won a lot of money from him last time, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. "Don't act like we are enemies. We are friends, and I invited you here to resolve the grudge between us," Su Ying said to ease the tension. Because of the trip to the Chuzhou city, Jiang Tao's enthusiasm for her had plummeted. Su Ying learned from the painful experience and knew that the root of the problem was Li Chongqing. Therefore, she wanted to use Li Chongqing to change Jiang Tao's mind. After hearing that Su Ying wanted to resolve the grudge between Li Chongqing, Chen Wan, and Zhang Mengmeng, Jiang Tao's attitude improved a lot. This gave Su Ying hope. "Is it your idea to resolve the grudge?" Chen Wan looked at Li Chongqing. "Tonight, you have to treat me." Hearing Chen Wan's words, Li Chongqing nodded and said, "Sure, you can pick the place. Barbecue or hot pot is fine." Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Chen Wan curled her lip. The last time Shang Jianping treated them to dinner, it was at the House Yang Hotel. This Li Chongqing actually wanted to use a few $100s for a meal to send them away. Sure enough, a poor boy was a poor boy. Zhang Mengmeng choosing Shang Jianping seemed like a wise decision. "Let me treat you," Shang Jianping said lightly. "The barbecue outside is not clean." Chapter 187. It doesn't matter who is paying. It's just a meal. Shang Jianping will pay. He can afford to lose 400,000, so he doesn't care about this meal. Jiang Tao pretended to be casual. He didn't like Shang Jianping either. He brought up the incident where Shang Jianping lost a bet to Li Chongqing in Chuzhou City. Sure enough, Shang Jianping's face darkened. The banquet hall was luxurious with a large number of glass mirrors and a huge crystal chandelier hanging above their heads. Shang Jianping seemed to have the intention to show off his wealth. He booked a private room in the Haoxiang Hotel. Even Jiang Tao, a second-generation rich kid, was amazed. The cost of such a hotel was definitely not cheap. Li Chongqing sat near the door. Shang Jianping and Zhang Mengmeng sat next to each other. Su Ying and Jiang Tao were a couple. Shang Shuqin and Zhang Xiaofeng were a couple. Only Yang Fan, Li Chongqing, and Chen Wan were single. Everyone thought that Chen Wan would sit with either Li Chongqing or Yang Fan, but instead, she sat next to Zhang Mengmeng and Shang Jianping. She was willing to be the third wheel between the two of them. She didn't want to sit with Li Chongqing or Yang Fan. Chen Wan had already made her stand clear. The room was semi-enclosed, so people could see the situation outside. "Bring out your signature dishes and a bottle of Flying Moutai. Don't be too expensive, just around 10,000 a bottle will do." Shang Jianping ordered the dishes casually, especially when he was ordering the wine. He glanced at Li Chongqing's seat. He knew what happened between Zhang Mengmeng and Li Chongqing. Although they didn't become a couple, it was still a thorn in his heart. Last time, Li Chongqing stole his limelight in Chuzhou City. This time, he wanted to show Li Chongqing the difference between them. Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head and remained silent. Only Chen Wan had a cold smile on her face. The reason why Zhang Mengmeng chose Shang Jianping over Li Chongqing was because she and Hao Ting played a big role in adding fuel to the fire. Only if Shang Jianping was better than Li Chongqing in all aspects and was more outstanding than Li Chongqing could they prove that their lobbying was correct. I heard that Qingzhou University is holding a fellowship party, and it's also in this hotel. The people invited are all influential people in the school. They're either top students or people with powerful families. A few of my friends are also studying at Qingzhou University. They should also be in this hotel today. After the wine was served, Shang Jianping filled everyone's cup, even Li Chongqing's. Although he hated Li Chongqing so much that his teeth itched, he could still show some poise. After all, he was trained to be the successor of the family, so he still had some shrewdness. I heard about it too. It was organized by a few people from the student council. Jiang Tao smiled. But I'm not familiar with the people from the student council, so no one invited me. Jiang Tao was a rich second generation. On the first day, he drove a BMW to school, which also caused a sensation. He could be considered as an influential person. However, he was a freshman and didn't have time to develop his connections. It was normal for such a gathering to not invite him. It was just that Shang Jianping brought it up at this time to show his connections, and also to suppress Jiang Tao. After all, Shang Jianping knew that Jiang Tao's relationship with Li Chongqing was much stronger than his. I heard that the fellowship party is held in the Emperor Hall of this hotel. The lowest cost in the Emperor Hall is 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan for me is already 3 months of living expenses. Shang Jianping pretended to sigh casually. 100,000 yuan was the income of an ordinary family for 2 years, but for a rich family like him, it was just pocket money. Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Li Chongqing, who was sitting there. His cheap clothes probably didn't even add up to 500 yuan. Thinking about how Li Chongqing worked at the KTV bar, and then looking at Shang Jianping, the difference between the two was obvious. Isn't it just 100,000 yuan for the Emperor Hall? Since everyone is so curious about the fellowship party, why don't we move to the hall next to them and eat? Hearing Li Chongqing's suggestion, Zhang Xiaofeng said, "It's good to eat at the Emperor Hall, but I heard that the Emperor Hall here has to be booked in advance. I'm afraid that it's not possible for us to change to the Emperor Hall." That's right. Even if the manager gives us the Emperor Hall, don't forget that the lowest cost is 100,000 yuan. Saying that, Chen Wan rolled her eyes at Li Chongqing. Some people think that other people's money grows on trees. Don't they feel guilty for being so extravagant and wasteful? Chen Wan thought that Li Chongqing wanted Shang Jianping to pay for the room. She couldn't help but look at him with disdain. Shang Jianping didn't say anything. Last time, he lost 400,000 yuan to Li Chongqing in Chuzhou City. Recently, he was a bit short on funds. Today, he borrowed some money from a good friend. Although his family was rich, it wasn't to the point where he could squander money as he pleased. It's okay, wait a second. Li Chongqing stood up with a smile. He walked out and waved at the lobby manager. "Hello, how can I help you?" The lobby manager said with a professional smile. "Can you help us change to the Emperor Hall?" The lobby manager's face showed that he was in a difficult position. "Our Emperor Hall has to be booked in advance. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we can't change it for you. I'm a friend of your boss. Can you give your second master a call?" Hao Xiang Hotel was the property of the Chu family. The second master of the Chu family, Chu Xing, was in charge of the Chu family. Li Chongxing knew that Chu Xing's name would be useful. Sure enough, after hearing Li Chongxing's words, the lobby manager didn't dare to delay. He immediately made a call. After hanging up the phone, the lobby manager's attitude was completely different. If it was a professional smile just now, then it was completely sincere respect now. The second master's reaction after hearing Li Chongxing's name just now made him attach more importance to Li Chongxing than ever before. "I'll change the room for you right away." The lobby manager nodded and bowed as he said, "How much?" "I'll pay by card." Li Chongxing asked. No. The lobby manager hurriedly waved his hand. "The second master said that it's his honor to eat in our hotel. No matter how much you spend today, our hotel will be free of charge." The lobby manager knew that the second master was usually quite stingy. Although the lowest consumption in the Emperor Hall was 100,000 yuan, the real consumption was probably more than 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Chu Xing could spend so much money to curry favor with one person. One could imagine how important he was. Li Chongxing nodded. He didn't insist on paying. If one were to trace the origin of the Chu family, it would be because of Chu Yaotian that the Chu family was what it was today. Back in the room, seeing Li Chongxing come in, Chen Wan curled her lips and said, "How was it? Did you hit a snag? Were you shocked by the high price of the Emperor Hall?" Li Chongxing didn't bother to answer her. Instead, he said to Jiang Tao and Zhang Xiaofeng, "Let's eat somewhere else. The Emperor Hall is ready." "What?" Everyone in the room was stunned. "How did you get the Emperor Hall? Didn't you say that you have to book the Emperor Hall in advance? Also, you have to pay a deposit of at least 100,000 yuan. Where did you get the money?" Chen Wan asked in disbelief. "The Emperor Hall happened to be empty, so I booked it. As for the money, didn't I win 400,000 yuan in Chuzhou City?" When these words came out, Shang Jianpain almost spat out a mouthful of tea. His heart was bleeding. Li Chongxing actually used his money to reserve an imperial hall and treat everyone to a meal. This made him feel sullen. Chapter 188. A few waiters came up and moved the drinks on the table to the Emperor Hall on the third floor. From the beginning to the end, Shang Jianpain's face was dark. On the other hand, Jiang Tao's face was full of joy. If it weren't for the presence of Shang Jianpain and the others, he couldn't help but give Li Chongxing a thumbs up. This turnaround battle was beautiful. Using Shang Jianpain's money to treat everyone to a meal, but everyone still had to accept Li Chongxing's favor. On the same third floor, in another Emperor Hall, a group of influential people of Qingzhou University were talking and laughing. Their banquet had just begun, and those who could join were the elites of Qingzhou University. Of course, this elite referred to personal ability and family background. Looking at a person's strength, it would always be his comprehensive ability. Smart people wouldn't separate a person's talent from his family background. The organizer of this banquet was a young man in his third year. His name was Jinglong. Although his name was tacky, his identity was not simple. He was the president of Qingzhou University's student union. It could be said that he had real power in his hands. Only with his position and power could he gather so many influential people of Qingzhou University. "I heard that someone has booked the Emperor Hall next to us, and it's a few students of Qingzhou University." Jinglong frowned and asked the person next to him. "I just found out. It's said that it's a few freshmen. One of them is called Jiang Tao, a rich second generation. He drove a BMW to school on the first day of school. However, it's said that the one who spent the money was not him, but a young man. I haven't heard of this person." The one who spoke was a gentleman wearing glasses. His name was Lu Yu, Zhenglong's assistant in the student union. He was responsible for organizing this party. "What do you mean?" Hearing that our student union is holding a party here, he also booked the Emperor Hall and ate next to us. Does this mean that he wants to compete with us? Situ Nan interrupted. As one of the 4 young masters of the school, such a party naturally couldn't miss him. Not to mention, he was also one of the directors of the student union. How about this? I'll tell them to change to a place further away from our room. These freshmen also want to show off, but they don't know the rules. Jinglong thought about it and finally waved his hand. Forget it. If I ask them to move, it will seem like our student union is overbearing and it won't be good for our reputation. Anyway, they don't have much influence on our sorority. Li Chongqing did not know that because the Emperor Hall they had changed to was right next to the fellowship party, it had almost caused a conflict. At this moment, he felt very comfortable sitting in the main hall of the Imperial Hall. The Imperial Hall was very big and could easily accommodate 40 to 50 people. Li Chongqing and the others sat down and seemed a little empty. However, spending money to eat at a high-end place was a form of grandeur and also a kind of mood. Seeing Shang Jianpei's dark face and his bad mood, Li Chongqing immediately felt much better. Li Chongqing took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. He turned on his phone and saw several unread messages. There was a message from Yu Wei, saying that because the 3rd year of high school was getting more and more difficult, time was getting more and more tight. She was afraid that she would not have time to find Li Chongqing and hoped that Li Chongqing would take care of his body. After reading the message, Li Chongqing smiled. Yu Wei, a woman who was as gentle as water, could always arouse his desire to protect her. There was also a message from Wu Xiaowan. The general meaning was that Li Chongqing had taken advantage of her, and he had not thought about how to take responsibility for her. Li Chongqing felt a headache coming on. There was also a message from Chu Meng, which was less than a minute old. I heard that you're eating at my family's hotel and changed to the Emperor Hall. This lady is rushing to the Emperor Hall. Come out and welcome me. Li Chongqing did not expect Chu Meng to come. He said goodbye to Jiang Tao and the others. Just as he arrived at the elevator, he saw the elevator door open and Chu Meng walked out. There were 2 other women with Chu Meng, but Chu Meng stood there and took away all the attention from them. She was wearing a short skirt and had light makeup on her face. Especially her hair, which was spread out, was pure and charming. She was tall and beautiful. A few Qingzhou University students who walked out of the banquet hall were surprised when they saw Chu Meng. Chu Meng was the prettiest girl in Qingzhou University. Even if they hadn't seen her in person, they'd seen her photos. Especially since she was the young miss of the Chu family, she was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Li Chongqing, I sent you a message for a full 5 minutes, and you still haven't come downstairs. This is making this lady very unhappy. Chu Meng pretended to be angry, but everyone could tell that she was joking. She said to the 2 women beside her, "You 2 go in first." Then, she stood together with Li Chongqing. It could be seen that Chu Meng did not come to the hotel to look for Li Chongqing. Thinking about the student union party that Ma Yi and the others were talking about, Li Chongqing suddenly understood. With Chu Mengming's status in Qingzhou University, she was definitely an influential person among influential people. Moreover, with Chu Yaotian and Chun Ligua's relationship, it would be very easy for Chu Mengming to enter the student council. A few Qingzhou University students who also came to participate in the party couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing a few more times. They were thinking in their hearts. The relationship between Li Chongqing and Chu Meng was just ordinary friends, or the very intimate kind. Of course, the words boyfriend and girlfriend didn't appear in their minds at all. Li Chongqing stood there, and there was still a big gap between Li Chongqing and Chu Meng. Whether it was appearance or temperament, Li Chongqing was inferior by more than a level. Feeling the disdain of the few male companions beside him, Li Chongqing couldn't help but feel that it was funny. It seemed that this young miss of the Chu family had a lot of secret admirers. I just happened to be with second uncle at that time. I heard that you changed to Emperor Hall. Are you also going to have a party? Indeed, Emperor Hall was so big. Other than those kinds of parties with many people, normal people wouldn't choose to eat in Emperor Hall. I just came out with a few friends to sit around. Is that so? It's my honor to be your friend, Mr. Li. I must go take a look. I'm sure there will be beauties. Chu Meng glanced at the Emperor Hall where Li Chongqing and the others were at. Because of the angle, she couldn't see clearly who was inside. At this time, people came up the elevator one after another. After seeing Chu Meng and Li Chongqing, they couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing a few more times. A few friends are waiting for me. I'll go in first, Chu Meng said. Li Chongqing nodded. Just as Chu Meng was about to turn around, the elevator doors opened and a woman walked out. Li Chongqing was stunned. This was because the person who had appeared was none other than Wang Lu, Lu Duoduo's friend. Last time at the bar, Li Chongqing had made a bet with Bai Qianxue. He didn't expect to meet her here. When Wang Lu saw Li Chongqing, she was also stunned. However, she didn't say anything. She only turned her head to the side and strode into the banquet hall. Clearly, she still hadn't let go of the grudge between her and Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing returned to his room, while Chu Meng and Wang Lu entered the banquet hall one after the other. During this time, Chu Meng was sizing up Wang Lu. Although Wang Lu and Li Chongqing hadn't spoken, her sharp intuition told her that the two weren't as simple as they seemed. Could it be that Li Chongqing and this student council president's girlfriend have some kind of story? Chapter 189. When Li Chongqing returned to the private room, the dishes had been served one after another. Originally, Su Ying was the one who led the meal to let Li Chongqing and Shang Jianping resolve their grudges. However, it seemed that the effect did not meet the expectations, and instead, the hostility between the two grew. However, for Su Ying, at least her boyfriend Jiang Tao's attitude towards her was much better. Ever since Chen Wan entered the Imperial Hall, she no longer mocked and ridiculed Li Chongqing. After all, today's meal was Li Chongqing's treat. Whether it was Li Chongqing's own money or the money he won from Shang Jianping, it was all taken out from Li Chongqing's pocket. As the saying goes, those who receive benefits have a soft mouth. Jiang Tao probably felt proud and elated. During the meal, he drank a glass of white wine in one gulp. However, because he drank it too fiercely, he choked his nose and made tears flow. However, because of this, the originally oppressive atmosphere was somewhat relieved. There is a friend at the sorority next door. I'll go over and say hello. Li Chongqing thought that Chu Meng and Ma Yi were there. Seeing that the meal was almost finished, he planned to go over and say hello before leaving. Boyfriend or girlfriend? Jiang Tao asked with a smile. Everyone present had a deep understanding of Li Chongqing's ability to pick up girls. Shang Jianping said that he has a friend at the sorority, and you also said that you have a friend there. You wouldn't deliberately make it up to suppress Shang Jianping, right? Chen Wan couldn't help but speak sarcastically. She really didn't believe that Li Chongqing could make friends with any influential people. Chen Wan, how can you say that? Jiang Tao was a little unhappy. It's true, Chen Wan muttered. Shang Jianping smiled slightly. It just so happens that I also plan to say hello to a friend. Do you want to go together? As soon as his voice fell, he heard a voice from the door. Yo, isn't this Chongqing? Turning his head, he saw Ma Yi just passing by and saw Li Chongqing. He walked in with a face full of surprise. No wonder you rejected my invitation to the sorority of the student union. It turns out that you are here to see beauties. Ma Yi's gaze swept across the faces of the girls present without leaving a trace. Whether it was Zhang Mingming, Chen Wan, or Su Ying, they were all beautiful. Ma Yi's words made Chen Wan's expression turn ugly. She had just said that Li Changxing's friend in the student union was a lie. She was slapped in the face so quickly. Shang Jianpei's smile was also a little stiff. Just now, when he said that he would bring Li Changxing to the fellowship party with him, he wanted to expose Li Changxing in person. Jiang Tao was more perceptive. He immediately picked up a wine cup and smiled. My name is Jiang Tao. I'm Changxing's brother. You're the guy who drove a BMW to school on the first day of school, right? I've heard a lot about you. Ma Yi laughed out loud. He noticed that when Jiang Tao introduced him, he said Li Changxing's brother instead of roommate. With Ma Yi's intelligence, how could he not understand the meaning behind this? I remember now. Weren't you the one who fought in the canteen yesterday? Zhang Xiaofeng's girlfriend, Shang Shuqin, suddenly said. A lot of people are talking about you. You're one of the most influential people among us freshmen. With Shang Shuqin's words, everyone present had a rough understanding of Ma Yi. That Ji Lin relied on his bad friends to jump around all day. I've long disliked him. If it weren't for the fact that there were more of them that day, I would have definitely taught him a lesson. Speaking of the fight in the canteen that day, Ma Yi did not avoid it. Instead, he felt that it was a glorious deed. However, Changxing helped me get revenge. Did you know that it was Li Changxing who made Ji Lin get out of the classroom obediently? What exactly happened? Ma Yi's words aroused everyone's interest. Although Jiang Tao had already heard Zhang Xiaofeng's story once, he still laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaofeng and Shang Shuqin were also eyewitnesses. They added oil and vinegar to the story. For a moment, even the way Chen Wan looked at Li Changxing changed. However, no one noticed the sneer on Shang Jianpei's mouth. What they didn't know was that the idiot Ji Lin mentioned by Ma Yi was one of Shang Jianpei's friends at Qingzhou University. After chatting with Li Changxing for a while, Ma Yi got up and said goodbye. At this time, Shang Jianpei also stood up and said to Zhang Mengmeng, "Let's go. Accompany me to the party to meet some friends." Zhang Mengmeng nodded obediently. When leaving the room, Shang Jianpei glanced at Li Changxing, causing Li Changxing to frown. There was clearly a bit of coldness in that gaze. "I'm also going to meet some friends." Li Changxing got up. "You have friends? I didn't expect Changxing to know so many people." Jiang Tao was a bit surprised. "I just happened to meet them outside." Li Changxing smiled. "Why don't we all go and meet the influential people of Qingzhou University? It just so happens that I have a few friends who are also here to participate in the party." Shang Jianpei and Zhang Mengmeng had already gone. After Li Changxing left, there weren't many people left in the room. Jiang Tao suggested. "Okay." Chen Wan was the first to agree. She was very curious about what kind of friends Li Changxing could have. As a result, everyone in the room rushed to the banquet hall next door. Next door was also the Emperor Hall, but it was more than 10 times bigger than the hall where Li Changxing and the others were eating. Li Changxing's hall was specially used for small gatherings, while the hall where the student union's party was located was specially used for large gatherings. The entrance of Li Changxing and the others didn't attract much attention. There were many people who came to participate in this party. They came and went, and they didn't know each other. At this time, Shang Jianpei, who went in first, quickly found Ji Lin sitting in the corner with Zhang Mengmeng, talking and laughing with a few friends. Ji Lin was also an influential person in Qingzhou University, so he was naturally invited to this party. However, what annoyed him was that Ma Yi, his sworn enemy, was also there. The two of them didn't like each other, but because they both worked in the student union and had many common friends, they tacitly arranged for Ma Yi to be on the west side of the room while he was on the east side of the room. They didn't interfere with each other's business. "Why are you hiding here? You made me look for you." Shang Jianpei and Zhang Mengmeng sat down next to Ji Lin. After seeing Shang Jianpei, Ji Lin called out, "Brother Shang." Shang Jianping was older than him, and the two of them had known each other for a long time. It's great that you're here. Come and have a drink with me. I met a sworn enemy at the party today, and it made me feel bad. Ji Lin poured a glass of wine for Shang Jianping, but Shang Jianping waved his hand and refused. Don't be in a hurry to drink. I know why you're troubled. How about this, do you want to vent the evil fire in your heart? What do you mean? Ji Lin was puzzled. There's a guy who offended you, and he happened to come to this party today. Don't you want to vent your anger? Offended me? Ji Lin rubbed his head. Because he usually liked to dance, he had a lot of enemies. He didn't think of Li Chongqing for a while. Let's go. I'll bring you over and you'll know. Shang Jianping pulled Ji Lin and walked to the door. After learning about the grudge between Li Chongqing and Ji Lin, Shang Jianping had a plan in his mind. Chapter 190. What do you want to do? Zhang Mengmeng whispered to Shang Jianping. Teach that kid a lesson. Let's see if he can still be so cocky. Shang Jianping said coldly. You should know about Li Chongqing's fighting strength. Your friend is just sending him to his death. Zhang Mengmeng and the others had seen Li Chongqing's strength. Although she also wanted to teach Li Chongqing a lesson, she knew that it was unrealistic to rely on strength to suppress Li Chongqing. Among the young people, she had never seen anyone stronger than Li Chongqing. Of course, we can't expect Ji Lin to use his fists to deal with him. Ji Lin's father is a special professor of Qingzhou University, and Li Chongqing is a student of Qingzhou University. As long as he provokes Ji Lin, he will definitely suffer. Moreover, I have a few friends in today's fellowship party. They are all influential figures in Qingzhou University and have a lot of power. Let them deal with Li Chongqing together. We don't need to do anything. We just need to embarrass him. Shang Jianping took out his phone and sent a few WeChat messages. Then, he pulled Ji Lin to search for Li Chongqing's position in the crowd. After Jiang Tao and Li Chongqing came in together, they quickly found a few of his friends. They were all rich second-generation heirs. Jiang Tao introduced Li Chongqing and the others to his rich second-generation heirs. They just smiled perfunctorily and shook hands with Li Chongqing and Zhang Xiaofeng. Then, they started to talk about other topics with Jiang Tao. However, they paid more attention to the beauty Qinhuan. It was obvious that Li Chongqing and Zhang Xiaofeng's status was not enough to attract their attention. Jiang Tao seemed to have known that it would be like this. He gave an apologetic smile to Li Chongqing and Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng did not speak. He obviously felt inferior in this kind of fellowship party. As for Li Chongqing, he just smiled and did not care. At this time, a few tall men suddenly walked over. Jiang Tao was still puzzled as he didn't know these people. The other party had already approached, but he pushed Zhang Xiaofeng, who was blocking the way, aside and looked down at Li Chongqing. Kid, your name is Li Chongqing, right? Who let you in? This is a fellowship party organized by our student union, so it's best if you leave as soon as possible. The other party purposely spoke in a loud voice. All of a sudden, many gazes were drawn over. I'm here to say hello to a friend. I'll leave after that. Li Chongqing didn't want to be a busybody and explained. Friends? Which one is your friend? Look at you, you're dressed so shabbily. Are you here to freeload off me? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Tao couldn't take it anymore and said loudly, How can you speak nonsense? The other party coldly glanced at Jiang Tao and disdainfully said, And who are you? I'm the one in charge of the statistics for the sorority this time. I don't remember your name being on the list of people invited by the student union. Jiang Tao choked on his words and couldn't say anything. Indeed, although he was an influential figure in his freshman year and had many friends in this field, he wasn't invited. Unrelated people, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call security." The other party sneered. Originally, there was no rule that said you couldn't come in without an invitation, but they were from the student union, which was equivalent to making the rules. "What do you mean?" "Jiang Tao is my friend. He came to find us." Originally, those rich second generations didn't care about driving Li Chongqing out, but Jiang Tao was their friend. Since the other party wanted to drive Jiang Tao out, someone suddenly stood up. They weren't invited by our student union, but they had to shamelessly come in. What's wrong with me driving them out? Although he was much more polite to those rich second generations, he didn't change his decision. In the distance, several leaders of the student union also saw the situation here. Assistant Lu Yu came over. "What's going on? Why is there such a ruckus at a good fellowship party?" Lu Yu was considered a small leader in the student union, especially when he was Zheng Long's assistant. It was equivalent to being close to the emperor, so his words still carried a lot of weight. "These people came to the party without our invitation. I just asked them to leave," a tall man explained. Zhang Xiaofeng, who was next to him, explained, "We just happened to be eating in the Imperial Hall next door. We knew that there were friends attending the party, so we came to take a look. We're from the same school. Even if your student union didn't invite us to the party, we shouldn't be driven out, right?" Zhang Xiaofeng said it with grievance, but Lu Yu's face didn't look good. "So you're the students who booked the hall next door." He had already preconceived that Li Chongqing and the others booked the Imperial Hall next door to show off. At that moment, he didn't have a good impression of Li Chongqing and the others. He sneered and said, "You weren't invited, so this party isn't a place you should come to. Hurry up and leave. If you get kicked out by the security, it won't look good." He originally thought that Lu Yu was a reasonable person, but he didn't expect him to say such words. Even if he didn't call for security, leaving with his tail between his legs would still be embarrassing. The tall men on the other side were already looking smug. Not far away, Shang Jianping also had a smile on his face. He said to Ji Lin beside him, "How about it? Kicking them out can be considered to have won back some face for you, right? I believe the news will spread tomorrow." He made you leave with your tail between your legs in class, and you made him leave the banquet hall with his tail between his legs. Your brother Shang is very kind to you, right? Unexpectedly, Ji Lin didn't seem to listen to Shang Jianping at all. Instead, he stared at Li Chongqing's position. When he saw that Li Chongqing and the others were about to be kicked out of the hall, he suddenly strode towards Li Chongqing. "Hey! Ji Lin, where are you going?" Shang Jianping called out to Ji Lin, but the other party didn't seem to hear him. "Don't tell me he wants to fight with Li Chongqing?" Zhang Mengmeng was a little anxious. Shang Jianping smiled. "It's fine. It's best if he fights. If Li Chongqing dares to beat him up, then he won't be able to stay in the university anymore." Seeing Shang Jianping's sinister expression, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt a chill in her heart. It seemed that this was his true face. Sinister, scheming, and shrewd. At this moment, Ji Lin had already strode over. When the tall men saw Ji Lin, their faces were also stunned. They hurriedly went up to stop Ji Lin and said in a low voice, "Ji Lin, don't be rash. We've already heard from Shang Jianping that you have a grudge against him. However, this is a student union party. You mustn't fight. Otherwise, you'll offend a lot of people." Who would have thought that Ji Lin would push him aside and take large strides towards Li Chongqing. "Ji Lin, what are you doing?" Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin had also noticed the situation here. Seeing Ji Lin aggressively walking towards Li Chongqing, they hurriedly walked over. The conflict here had also attracted Zheng Long's attention. When Zheng Long heard that Li Chongqing had pretended to be a teacher in class and kicked Ji Lin out of the classroom, he shook his head with a smile and said, "It seems that today's conflict is unavoidable. With this brat Ji Lin's temper, this guy named Li Chongqing is going to be in for a bad time. Don't block him. Let him come over." Li Chongqing said to Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin, who were standing in front of him. Because Zhao Qinggan had a problem with Li Chongqing, he didn't step forward at all. He rather hoped that Ji Lin would be able to take care of Li Chongqing. When Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin heard Li Chongqing's words, they were somewhat hesitant. However, Ji Lin had already walked past the two of them and stood in front of Li Chongqing. Just when everyone thought that a conflict was about to erupt, Ji Lin loudly said, "Li Chongqing is my friend. I won't allow you to kick him out." As his voice fell, everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on? Chapter 191. Li Chongqing is my friend. Whoever dares to kick him out. Ji Lin's words stunned everyone present, especially Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin. They were even more confused. Lu Yu's face was a little troubled. Ji Lin's identity was very unusual. His father was a specially appointed professor at Qingzhou University. He had a lot of connections in the school and was someone Lu Yu definitely didn't dare to offend. The few tall guys who had heard Shang Jianpei's words and wanted to help Ji Lin vent his anger were now a little confused by Ji Lin's behavior. "Ji Lin, don't you have a grudge against him?" The tall guy who had tried to stop Ji Lin just now asked doubtfully. "Who said that? I was just joking with Li Chongqing. It's all a misunderstanding." Hearing Ji Lin's words, the people who originally wanted to help him fell silent. Even the main character had said so. If they continued to cause trouble for Li Chongqing, then that would be like a dog trying to catch a mouse, meddling in other people's business. How could this be? On the other side, Shang Jianpei frowned. It was originally a meticulous plan, but now there was a suspicion of kissing ass and hitting the horse's hoof. Lu Yu was still hesitating. If he had known that the other party was Ji Lin's friend, he definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for Li Chongqing and the others. But now that he had said it, if he took it back now, it would be a little embarrassing. According to the rules of the student union, they can't come to the banquet without an invitation. Lu Yu wanted to test Ji Lin's attitude again. If Ji Lin was still determined to let Li Chongqing stay, then he would go with the flow. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ji Lin. "Surnamed Lu, when did the student union have this **T rule? How come I didn't know? He's my friend. If you chase him away, then you're going against me, Ji Lin." When these words came out, his attitude was very firm. Lu Yu's face was a little awkward, but he still laughed and said, "I was just joking. How could the student union have this kind of rule? We're all from the same school. Of course we welcome you guys to the fellowship party." Lu Yu's words made everyone's eyes pop out. Wasn't the change in tone a little too fast? "Alright, everyone, go do what you need to do. Don't crowd around here." Lu Yu waved his hand and then walked towards Zheng Long in a sorry state. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the others also left one after another. "Brother Li, it's my friends. They were too reckless." Ji Lin smiled apologetically at Li Chongqing. He knew that these tall men were standing up for him, but he didn't dare to offend Li Chongqing. "It's fine. It's fine as long as the misunderstanding is resolved." Li Chongqing smiled. He knew in his heart that Ji Lin's father must have told Ji Lin about his identity. Otherwise, how could this arrogant rich second generation be so kind as to speak up for him? The fight on the sports field is also a farce. Let's not take it seriously. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Ji Lin let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This sentence showed that Li Chongqing was no longer willing to argue with him, and the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Shang Jianpei's face was full of doubts, but he couldn't show his face. Otherwise, his identity as the mastermind behind the scenes would be exposed. "What's going on with this Ji Lin?" Shang Jianpei angrily downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp. He felt like he was suffocating in his heart. He had fought with Li Chongqing several times, and it seemed like he had never won a single time. Brother Li, you stay here and chat. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Ji Lin smiled at Li Chongqing, then turned around and walked towards the banquet's entrance. The presence of his archenemy Ma Yi was enough for him to worry. Now that Li Chongqing had appeared, he felt even more depressed, so he found an excuse to leave early. After Ji Lin left, those rich second-generation friends of Jiang Tao had to re-evaluate Li Chongqing. Chongqing, so you know Ji Lin. You're really not simple. What kind of business does your family do? Even if these people were stupid, they could see that Ji Lin was respectful to Li Chongqing. In an instant, Li Chongqing's image in their hearts soared. Although they were also rich second generation, their status in the university's circle was not as high as Li Chongqing's. Especially Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin, who were also on Li Chongqing's side. They were all influential figures in Qingzhou University. Li Chongqing actually knew them, which in itself made them think highly of him. My parents are both dead. I'm not in business, Li Chongqing lightly replied. He didn't have a good impression of these rich second generation. Let's go and sit over there. Ma Yi took the initiative to invite Li Chongqing, but his heart was also full of doubts. Chen Wan stood there, lost in thought. Today's scene made her ponder. Was Li Chongqing really as ordinary as he appeared to be? If that was the case, how did he get to know so many friends with such extraordinary identities? Jiang Tao and several rich second-generation friends also walked to the sofa and sat down. Soon, a waiter came up and served drinks. Because of what happened just now, everyone had to reconsider Li Chongqing's identity. Even Chen Wan, who had been keen on mocking Li Chongqing, obediently shut her mouth. Jiang Tao, so you're here. I heard that there was some unpleasantness just now. I happened to be over there and didn't know. That Luyu was a bit too much. A voice came. Everyone looked up and saw a tall boy in a suit. He had one hand in his pocket and the other holding a glass of red wine. After seeing the boy, Jiang Tao, including the rich second generation next to him, all stood up. Ma Yi and the others also immediately stood up. Brother Meng, you're so busy every day. How could I dare to disturb you? Jiang Tao chuckled. Seeing Ma Yi, Jiang Tao and the others all stood up. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others also didn't want to sit down. This made Li Chongqing stand out. He was the only one who was still sitting there. Tao, with our relationship, there's no need to be polite. These are your friends, right? Sit down. This is my friend Meng Zikuan, young Master Meng. Jiang Tao introduced the young man to everyone. Hearing the three words, Meng Zikuan, even Zhang Xiaofeng's face was a little moved. Hello, young Master Meng. I've heard a lot about you. Ma Yi took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Meng Zikuan. By the way, this is Li Chongqing. He's my roommate and brother. Jiang Tao took the initiative to introduce. Li Chongqing had to stand up. Hello, my name is Meng Zikuan. We're in the same school. If you encounter anything in the future, just mention my name. Meng Zikuan smiled slightly and was very amiable. However, Li Chongqing saw a trace of arrogance in his eyes. For such a person, his amiability was shown on the outside, but he was a very conceited person in his bones. After introducing Li Chongqing, Jiang Tao just gave a general introduction of other people's names. Meng Zikuan couldn't help but pay more attention to Li Chongqing. Only then did everyone sit down. Meng Zikuan sat next to Jiang Tao and talked cheerfully. The others could only listen in silence. He was young, but he had a very strong aura. Chapter 192. Tao, when we were young, we lived in the same courtyard and played together. Now that we've grown up, why are you so distant from me? I heard that someone almost kicked you out just now. You knew that I was here, so why didn't you call me? Meng Zikuan said with some reproach. A rich second generation next to him interjected. Jiang Tao, I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with young Master Meng. Why didn't you introduce him to us? Jiang Tao smiled slightly and seemed a little reserved in front of Meng Zikuan. In fact, his relationship with Meng Zikuan was not really that good. It was just that when they were young, Meng Zikuan was 1 year older than him and had always been the king of the children in their courtyard. At best, he was just a slug following behind Meng Zikuan. Well, Tao, I still have a few friends to entertain. You guys talk first. With that, Meng Zikuan patted Jiang Tao's shoulder and turned to walk over there. When Meng Zikuan left, several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Meng Zikuan's aura was too strong. Jiang Tao, you actually know Meng Zikuan. You're really not simple. Yeah, if Meng Zikuan had come forward, how could Lu Yu dare to kick you out? Several rich second generations spoke one after another. Jiang Tao just remained silent. Because of Meng Zikuan's appearance, Ma Yi and the others could not help but look at Jiang Tao in a higher light. I didn't expect Jiang Tao to know Meng Zikuan. He's one of the 4 young masters of Qingzhou University. Shang Shuqin and Zhang Xiaofeng were sitting not far from Li Changxing. When the exclamation fell into Li Changxing's ears, Li Changxing suddenly understood. No wonder everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly after seeing Meng Zikuan. It turns out that he's one of the 4 young masters of the university. After a while, Meng Zikuan waved his hand. After Jiang Tao saw him, he stood up and walked over. Tao, let me introduce you to a few friends. They're all influential people of Qingzhou University. Jiang Tao shook hands with them one by one. At this time, the rich second generation who was sitting next to Jiang Tao took the initiative to sit next to Li Changxing and said, I heard that there's a beautiful teacher called Wu Xiaowan in your finance department. Do you want her contact information? Last time, I happened to meet her at a banquet, so I mustered up the courage to ask for her WeChat number. Unfortunately, my friend request has not been accepted. Li Changxing was stunned. The other party continued, You're from the finance department, so you can be considered her student. If you add her on WeChat, she might agree. With Wu Xiaowan's taste and arrogance, the chances of getting her are close to 0. But it's okay. Looking at the goddess's circle of friends is also a happy thing. Li Changxing nodded perfunctorily. He didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. However, the man seemed to be unsatisfied. He took the initiative to put his hand on Li Changxing's shoulder and whispered, That Wu Xiaowan is really good. If I can get her, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Tell me the truth, do you think of her as a fantasy object? After saying that, he winked at Li Changxing. Li Changxing was not used to talking about this topic with strangers, especially the other party's disgusting eyes, coupled with his previous behavior, made him feel a little disgusted. So, without leaving a trace, he removed the hand on his shoulder and moved to the side. The smile on the rich second generation's face suddenly became stiff, and he was a little embarrassed. He pulled the corner of his mouth, stood up embarrassedly, and walked back to where he was sitting. After sitting down, he muttered, Why are you pretending to be serious? His voice wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. It just happened that several people present heard it. Ma Yi looked at Li Changxing in confusion, not knowing what happened. Zhang Xiaofeng frowned. Not far away, Meng Zikuan just happened to witness this scene. Although on the surface, he didn't treat Li Changxing differently, since Jiang Tao finished the introduction, he secretly looked at Li Changxing. In his view, Li Changxing was a man of few words. He should be the kind of person with an ordinary family background, but his heart was more arrogant, which made him very disdainful. In Meng Zikuan's view, arrogance needed capital, and Li Changxing's clothes made him unable to see any capital. Coupled with Li Changxing's performance to the rich second generation, he added another comment to his already bad impression of Li Changxing. You don't understand the ways of the world. Brother Meng, we haven't sat together for a long time. Let's go out and sit together some other day. Jiang Tao was innately afraid of Meng Zikuan. When he was a child, he was often bullied by Meng Zikuan. Although more than 10 years had passed, it seemed to have left a shadow. In front of Meng Zikuan, he always felt that he couldn't straighten his back. Tao Zi, your family background is good, but you are too kind. I'm not saying that kindness is bad, but this kind of character will make many people look down on you. Also, you have to be selective when making friends. Not to mention how much they can help your future career, at least they can't make you lose your value. In addition, Meng Zikuan glanced at Li Chongqing's direction. I don't like your roommate's character very much. Jiang Tao also glanced at Li Chongqing, who was sitting there, and shook his head. That's because you don't know him. If you know his deeds, maybe you will change your mind. No need. Meng Zikuan shook his head. Tao Zi, sometimes you are too emotional and lack the most rational judgment. Based on Li Chongqing's behavior just now, I can tell you that he is not worth making friends with. After that, he patted Jiang Tao's shoulder. Well, think about it yourself. Then, he picked up the wine glass and walked toward Jinglong. Although Jinglong wasn't one of the 4 young masters of the school, as the president of the student council, he definitely had a pivotal position in the entire Qingzhou University. After Li Chongqing came in, he didn't see Chu Meng's figure. He looked at his watch and saw that it was getting late, so he planned to go to the bathroom first. When he came back, he still couldn't find Chu Meng, so he left. He didn't know anyone here, so it was a bit boring. However, just as he left the sofa and walked a few steps, he saw an enchanting figure. It was Wang Lu. Obviously, Wang Lu also saw Li Chongqing. Both of their expressions were a bit strange. Wang Lu was Lu Duoduo's friend. Last time in the bar, she lost a bet to Li Chongqing. As a result, she was forced to pole dance and shouted, "I'm a snob, I have eyes but can't see." It could be said that she lost all face. After that, she was almost reduced to a laughing stock in the circle. Every time she saw her friends, she felt ridiculed and hated Li Chongqing more and more. At this time, seeing Li Chongqing, especially thinking that this was a party held by her boyfriend, she couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 193. After seeing the sneer on Wang Lu's face, Li Chongqing knew that something was about to happen. Sure enough, he saw Wang Lu pick up 2 wine glasses filled with wine from the side and then take the initiative to walk in front of Li Chongqing. She smiled and said, "You are Lu Duoduo's friend, and I am also Lu Duoduo's friend. Regarding the incident at the bar last time, I think we should have a toast to let bygones be bygones. So, I propose a toast to you." With that, she handed the wine glass to Li Chongqing with her right hand. Wang Lu was Jinglong's girlfriend. Seeing that she was going to toast with a strange man, many people cast doubtful gazes. Including Ma Yi and the others, they were also puzzled. They thought, could it be that Li Chongqing knows the girlfriend of the student union president? Okay. Li Chongqing reached out to take the wine glass. However, the moment his hand was about to touch the wine glass, Wang Lu suddenly raised her other hand and splashed the blood-red wine at Li Chongqing's face. There was an uproar in the crowd. No one expected Wang Lu to suddenly make such a move. From the moment Wang Lu came over to propose a toast to him, Li Chongqing knew that this woman was up to no good. The moment the red wine in the glass spilled out, he moved his feet slightly to the side and dodged a millimeter. He dodged the red wine with a distance of 0.1 millimeter, and the red wine spilled on the ground without leaving a single drop. Wang Lu was a little stunned. She did not expect Li Chongqing to dodge it. Then, she raised the glass in her other hand and aimed it at Li Chongqing again. This time, Li Chongqing was 1 step ahead of her. He took off his coat and flung it forward. Immediately, the wine splashed over was blocked by the coat and bounced back, splashing all over Wang Lu's face. Her white dress was instantly soaked by the cold wine, and the black lace inside could be faintly seen. Wang Lu didn't expect Li Chongqing's reaction to be so fast. Especially when she felt the cold feeling of the wet shirt sticking to her skin, she couldn't help but shiver. She wiped the alcohol off her face and took a step forward. She reached out her hand to slap Li Chongqing's face, but she didn't notice that the floor was slippery with alcohol. She twisted her ankle and cried out in surprise. With a bang, her body fell back onto the floor. Ma Yi, Zhang Xiaofeng, and the others all widened their eyes. Gasps of surprise were heard all around. Even those who didn't notice the situation turned their gazes over. For a moment, the entire hall became noisy. Li Chongqing stood in place and coldly looked at the battered and exhausted Wang Lu on the ground. The commotion quickly attracted many people over, including Wang Lu's boyfriend, Jinglong. What happened? Jinglong walked over and helped Wang Lu up. With a gloomy face, he wiped the water off Wang Lu's face with a tissue and looked at Li Chongqing with a cold gaze. It's your girlfriend who accidentally fell down. It's not my fault. Li Chongqing spread out his hands and said, Nonsense. Jinglong snorted coldly. How could my girlfriend fall down for no reason? It's obvious that you pushed her down. As he spoke, he looked at his assistant, Lu Yu, next to him. Is he also a member of our student union? What kind of quality is he? Our student union must be stricter in recruiting members in the future. Lu Yu shook his head and whispered a few words in Jinglong's ear. Jinglong looked Li Chongqing up and down, then pointed to the door outside and said coldly, Our sorority doesn't welcome people like you. Now, please get out. Wait a minute. At this time, Jiang Tao came over. Just now, it was obvious that your girlfriend wanted to splash water on Chongqing, but Chongqing dodged. Many people saw it. Even if you are the president of the student union, you have to be reasonable. Behind Jiang Tao, Meng Zikuan frowned and pulled Jiang Tao's arm. Tao, don't mess around. Jinglong will handle it. Is his way of dealing with it indiscriminately and asking my friend to go out? Jiang Tao turned his head and said loudly. Meng Zikuan was a little stunned. Is this still the slug who was bullied by me since childhood and followed me behind? When did he dare to talk to me so loudly? Meng Zikuan was a little angry because of Jiang Tao's tone. He said in a deep voice, Tao, if you still regard me as your brother, shut up and don't talk anymore. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tao shook his head firmly and then stood directly beside Li Chongqing, showing his attitude with his actions. Chongqing is my brother. If anyone treats him in an unfair way, I will be the first to disagree. Meng Zikuan was stunned and his face was a little ugly. In front of so many people, he was a little embarrassed. Tao, you don't even listen to me for such a friend you just met? Meng Zikuan shook his head in disappointment. On the other side, Jinglong said, Young Master Meng, I'll definitely kick this Li Chongqing out. As for your friend, Meng Zikuan was one of the 4 young masters of the school. Even Jinglong had to give him some face. He still didn't know the relationship between Meng Zikuan and Jiang Tao, so he was a little hesitant. Since he's willing to call this kid brother and doesn't listen to me, then kick them out together. After Meng Zikuan's words, Jiang Tao's eyes were full of disbelief. His big brother, whom he had always respected, actually said such words. In that case, Jinglong was preparing to get people to kick Li Chongqing and Li Chongqing out. As for the grudge of Li Chongqing splashing his girlfriend and causing her to fall to the ground, he would slowly settle it after returning to school. Anyway, with his power in Qingzhou University, it was very easy to deal with an ordinary student without any background. At this moment, Situ Nan, who had heard the news, saw Li Chongqing standing there and his face changed. He walked to Jinglong's side and whispered, This man is not simple. you'd better not offend him. Situ Nan knew Li Chongqing's true identity, but because Li Chongqing didn't let him say it in advance, he didn't dare to say it. It was just that he had a good relationship with Zheng Long, so he kindly reminded him. Unexpectedly, Zheng Long asked, "What's wrong? Young Master Situ, is he your friend?" Situ Nan shook his head. Zheng Long immediately sneered and said, "In that case, you'd better not care. He splashed my girlfriend with water in my place. If I don't teach such a person a lesson, people will think that I, Zheng Long, am easy to bully." With that, without waiting for Situ Nan to say anything, Zheng Long had already ordered several members of the student union, kick him out. As soon as his voice fell, many people cast mocking gazes and thought, he dared to offend Zheng Long at the fellowship party held by the student union. What's the point of kicking him out? I'm afraid his future days won't be easy. Wait a minute. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chu Meng walked out of the crowd, and behind her were several well-dressed rich ladies. They all had a stunned expression on their faces. They didn't understand why Chu Meng, who usually didn't like to meddle in other people's business, would intervene in this kind of thing. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.